There we go. I think that worked. Jesus. StreamYard is a menace today. Locked me out for like 10 minutes and I'm trying to go live. Hello, hello. Welcome everybody who's here. Apologies for being 6 minutes late. We have a very, very long stream. SEC is coursing Streamlabs too. Very long stream for you today. We're going to be doing rebuild mock drafts for basically the 7th through 10th picks, plus throwing in the Panthers because they used to be 9th. So it'll be Raiders, Falcons, Bears, Panthers, Eagles. Doing rebuilds for all of them. We'll throw in some underdog drafts as well towards the end. If you guys feel so inclined to do some best ball drafting, because you can actually draft rookies right now over on Underdog. They're all available. So this is probably the best value you're going to get on a lot of rookies that you believe in. Super out of sync, FYI. How? What the hell, StreamYard? Good Lord. Got the cabinets built. Yes, I spent most of today getting these built, putting LED strips in. I didn't put LED strips in the second one because I'm still trying to figure out if I like the lighting above the bottles or below. So this is partly to kind of check as the sun goes down. It's like 4 o'clock where I am, so sun's going to go down in a few hours. We're going to be on well past dark, I imagine. As the sun goes down, we'll see how the lighting looks. Eventually, we'll get my big old Underdog neon sign that you guys recognize. We'll get that on the wall. We'll get some photos that I've taken on the wall. I have some like cigar lounge chairs over here, so it's going to be a whole thing. Like this whole setup's going to be amazing. But little by little, we're getting there. I'll probably have more time to do it after the draft. Rodgers is gone out of the division. Yeah, I actually haven't looked at the trade terms yet. Who has that? Schefter, I assume, right? Schefter has everything. So what did Rodgers go for? I'll throw up this tab. Share screen, window, boom. All right, so Jets are expected to be, okay. Don't need fluff. He's wearing number 8, okay. Okay, how much context tweets do we need? Good Lord, Adam. Here we go. Fucking 7 tweets in. Aaron Rodgers, pick 15, 2023 5th round pick. Packers get, so it's a pick swap, a 2nd round, a 6th round, a conditional 2nd round, basically if he's playing. So that's a little different than what I had heard. I had heard a 4th instead of a 5th. Again, it's not that big of a difference. What I had also heard was going to happen on draft night. So I think they just didn't want to fuck around with doing like pick swaps live during the draft. They just wanted to get it done ahead of time. So that makes sense. But like the main component of it is a 2nd round pick, a pick swap, and then a conditional 2nd if he plays again. So yeah, that's about what we thought we were going to get. Jets gave up too much. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they did because, I mean, the hit rate on a 2nd rounder is about 40 to 50% if we're lucky. And so they missed on Zach Wilson. At least we can say for now that it's fairly certain they missed on Zach Wilson. I think with the roster they have now, they want to go for it. Even though the AFC is loaded, like they're not going to have this type of roster forever. So you go bring in a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback. You try to make a run. If it doesn't work, who cares? It's a 2nd round pick. You know, like the Broncos went all in on Russ and gave up how much, and they were awful. So, I mean, as far as swings for the fences, 2nd round pick for maybe a deep playoff round, I'm all right with that. 2 firsts for who? No, it's just a pick swap. ATL to Super Bowl with Bijan. I mean, the whole Bijan to Falcons thing has really picked up steam. It really has. And it makes sense on a number of levels. As we go through the mock draft, which we'll get to in about 5 minutes or so, we'll start our first mock draft. I'm going to use the PFF mock draft simulator because I think that one's just the easiest. Sad Manners fan for $5. Thank you. I'm still mad at you for telling people about Zavala. He was supposed to be a Seahawk in the 5th. Now he probably doesn't escape the 3rd. See, even you are discounting Chandler Zavala, because I was talking to, well, I guess it doesn't matter if I say who I was talking to for this one. Eric Galco, who directs the Shrine Bowl, which is where I first saw Chandler Zavala. Did an excellent interview with him for like 15 minutes. Super smart player. 6-year guy, former soccer player, which kind of explains how good of his feet are. And Eric was the one who turned me on to Zavala and was like, hey, you really need to look at him and interview him before you leave this week, because he's going to be one of our highest drafted players. Nobody was talking about him at that point. But I credit Eric and his staff for getting Zavala down there. And I showed him that Zavala is number 88 on Jesus Christ, Brett. Daniel Jeremiah's top 150. And he's universally considered a top 100 pick now. And Eric said that it's more likely, or rather that he would be more surprised if Chandler Zavala goes in the 4th than if he goes in the bottom of the 2nd. So I think it's pretty clear, and considering that every team was at the Shrine Bowl, it's pretty clear that they all saw the same thing, which is this dude's a badass, and he's one of the 4 best interior linemen in this class. And so, yeah, he's not getting out of the 3rd. He might not even get out of the 2nd, if we're being perfectly honest. He's a fucking good player. Oh my God, we got a lot of super chats. All right, I'm gonna get through a couple super chats, and then we'll start on the mock drafts while people kind of float in here. Jared for $5. Thank you, Jared. Browns made this happen. Just saying, 42 was the pick we sent for Elijah Moore. Technically correct. It's the best kind of correct. Oh man, I forgot he got traded. Assassinated 8 for $2. Only 65% playtime for 2nd to turn into a 1st. Okay, wait a minute. Did I misread that? Conditional 2nd round pick. Oh, that becomes a 1st if Rodgers play. Oh, okay. I mean, I still get it. They have a very good roster. It's not like they have holes to fill, right? Go for it. Why not? Go for it. If they fails, they all get fired anyway. Like, it's not like it changes anything for the GM and the head coach. Like, either they don't get a quarterback and they get fired, or they get Rodgers and fail and they get fired. So you might as well swing for the fences on the one option that might result in a Super Bowl and not getting fired. So I get it. I totally get it. Riley, thank you, Riley, for $10. Very excited to see what you do with the Falcons. They could do anything at 8. Also, Jacob Walker is a monster of an athlete. Also, hope you use the patent pending Patron draft guide. Yeah, if you guys didn't know this, so my Discord has a special room for the Discord tier on Patreon, and they have all the film. And every Friday night, or really every weeknight for like months, they were getting together and watching film. They watched even more guys than I got to, because these guys have infinite time on their hands, apparently. I think they went through like 300 something prospects, and they created an entire draft guide, which is even more detailed than mine. and it was all film backed. They had like every stat you can imagine. Like, it's one of the best draft guides that I've ever seen in my life. And it was put together by my patrons, independent of me. Like, I would get on there every single night, and they were all together watching film in the Discord server. Independent of me, they put it together. It's one of the best draft guides I've ever seen. So please go check that out. I got to find the link for it and throw it in chat. Or Riley, if you're still here, throw it in chat. It's just, they did an incredible job. And like, I might ask them to help me on mine next year, because theirs ended up being so incredible. Serious Moonlight for $20. Thank you. Bad Man is finally gone. Raise a glass with us Bears fans. Yes, I'm going to start on one of these pretty soon. You guys can help me decide which one. I'm not doing absinthe before you pay for me to do absinthe. I'm not doing fucking absinthe tonight. I'm not going to get absolutely bombed and then do a Bears mock draft. I mean, I could, but it'd cost you a lot of money. But we'll get started drinking pretty soon here. I'm not doing Malort either, you psychopath. I have Malort in my car. I got it online, but I'm not drinking it here. No way. Jared for $2. I'm calling Zay Flowers to Green Bay at 13. I think the secret's out that Zay at 14 was the most likely scenario. So you kind of, if you want Zay, you have to go above the Patriots. So I have to imagine that was a component in this. Was if the Packers want Zay, you got to get ahead of the Patriots. If the Chiefs want Zay, they're going to have to go way up, probably to the Texans at 12. So there is legitimate competition to get Zay Flowers. JSN, I think, is probably going to go to the Titans at 11. All things, if things happen how I expect them to happen, JSN to the Titans at 11 seems reasonable. And then everybody's going to be on a mad dash for Zay Flowers at 12. That's how I expect it to go, because it's not that this is like a horrible receiver class, but there's very few guys that you project out to be number ones. And Zay is one of the few ones that I could see in this class. So if you want him, it's going to be expensive, especially for the Chiefs to go that far up. Carter for $5. Thank you, Carter. Which positions would you draft raw talent over finished product and vice versa? Cheers. I would draft. Oh, man. I mean, I guess it depends on who your coaches are, because at any given position, if you have a coach you believe in, you can just draft the raw talent and put your faith in that coach. But really what it comes down to is drafting a raw talent with the willingness to be coached and learn. Because there are some raw talents that, especially in this class, I'm not going to name names, even their own coaches at their college said not to draft them. And they're incredibly talented. I'm talking like 998 RAS. Even their own position coaches are telling NFL teams to stay away. So just because you're raw and talented doesn't mean you're going to get drafted if you're not coachable. But if you're super raw and talented and coachable, that's when you go really, really high. So I guess it's any position. It's more so about mindset of the prospect, which is, when you're digging in with strength coaches, when you're digging in with their position coaches, when you're interviewing them at the Combine or Shrine Bowl or Senior Bowl or top 30 visits, whatever, you're trying to get the mental makeup of the prospect, because in a lot of ways, the physical talent doesn't mean anything if the mental talent or mental willingness to learn, I guess is the best way to put it, if that's bad, because coaches hate dealing with players that don't want to be coached. And the league, the margins for error are way too small to deal with that kind of nonsense. So you're going to see some guys in this class, and again, I'm not going to name names, that are going to slide super far. And generally speaking, it's because they didn't do well on their interviews, or in some cases refused to get interviewed by teams. That happened for a guy that I know about, where he just refused to be interviewed by every single team. So I don't know if he's going to be drafted, but he's super talented. Never ceases to amaze me, like how some guys just like throw away their gifts, but it happens every year. Paxman for $2. How much stock do you personally put in the S2 scores? I don't know what goes into them, so I don't know I don't know how to comment on them, because like I don't think we really have any information about what they are, like how they're structured, what the scoring is like. I know nothing about them. So like, at least with the Wonderlic, like you can take the Wonderlic, and so you can get an idea of what it is. Not saying I value the Wonderlic at all. I don't. But like I know nothing about S2. So it's how do you put stock into something you don't know anything about? The teams that pay for it, like they know it, but I don't. Frankie Sott for $5. Thank you, Frankie. Fields is now the best quarterback in the NFC. No. Most talented, yes. Best, I would still say right now he's third, because Goff had a tremendous year. Kirk had a better year than people give him credit for. Now, Fields had the worst cast around him, so it wasn't the prettiest product, but I'd still say he's third, because Goff played well, Kirk played well, and if they surround Fields with weapons and protection, all that kind of stuff, he'll probably pass those guys, because he's super talented and he's a great kid. Again, very easy to coach. You're talking about talent. It's more about coachability than talent. He's super coachable. So he'll probably get to that top spot, but I don't know, man. Did you guys watch the Lions last year? Goff played really well down the stretch. I'm not going to discount that. Donovan for $10. Thank you, Donovan. How likely is it someone trades up to draft Jack Campbell? I wouldn't say likely to trade up for a linebacker. in the modern NFL. There's very few positions that teams feel comfortable trading up for. And it's going to be obviously quarterback, tackle, corner, pass rusher, and receiver. Because the game's all about passing the ball. So you got to have the guy to throw it, the guy to protect the guy who throws it, the guy to kill the guy who throws it, and the guy who catches it. Like those are the positions you trade up for in the modern NFL. They're the most expensive positions. Like nobody's trading up to get contract control in a middle linebacker. It's just not happening. So as much as I love Jack Campbell, he's one of the 32 best players in this class. I don't anticipate somebody's like, we can't leave the draft without a Mike linebacker. Like at least not trading up in the first round. I just don't see that happening. Great player though. JJ for $5. Thank you, JJ. I recorded a video today comparing draft picks to Dragon Ball characters. Curious to see if any comps come to your mind. Ooh. Man. I would say Tyree Wilson is Frieza because we have not seen anywhere close to his final form yet, and he's already terrifying. So, yeah, give me Tyree Wilson as Frieza. And when he gets to the final form, it's fucking scary. Andrew for $2. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that a lot. Aglo Sky for $50. Good Lord. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just wanted to say a major thank you for all the content you put out over the year and the draft grind you both do on Bootleg. As a Bears fan who would like to see them grab a plethora of mid-round picks, thank you again. I think they will get a plethora of mid-round picks, but there's a certain scenario. Just what I expect to happen based on rumor mill. Again, I'm not in the news business. I'm not reporting anything. I'm not saying this is definite, but based on the rumor mill from people that I have talked to, the sense that I get is that the Bears very much love them some Jalen Carter, and their strategy at 9 hinges on Jalen Carter in the sense that if he's there, and there are teams that have taken Jalen Carter off the board for obvious reasons, if he's there at 9, he's a Bear, is what I expect. And I think most of the league expects that at this point. He's not even taking visits outside the top 10. You don't do that, especially for Rosenhaus. You don't do that unless you have some sort of guarantee that you're going in the top 10. Logic dictates the Bears are that team. However, if he goes before 9, we know that the Steelers have had conversations with 2 teams in the top 10. Again, we're being reasonable about who those teams likely are. We expect that to be the Bears and the Falcons, about moving up for whoever they happen to be targeting. I personally think it's going to be a tackle because, again, one of the few positions you trade up for is tackle. I would imagine they have a tackle that they fancy. If Jalen Carter's there at 9, or even back it up, if Jalen Carter's there at 8, I would think that the Steelers know the Bears are going to take Carter at 9 and that the Bears are not going to want to trade out of 9. So I imagine they're going to trade up with the Falcons at 8 to go get whatever tackle they want. The Falcons are not in a position where they have to take somebody at 8, right? The Falcons would love to get back and get more picks. But if Jalen Carter is gone at 8, I would imagine that the Bears are very interested in getting back that 32nd pick that they sent for Chase Claypool. And they're now in play to get a shitload of mid-round picks, like you want, from the Steelers for insert tackle here. So I think a lot of what happens with the Falcons and the Bears and the Steelers depends on what's happening with Jalen Carter and if he's gone by 7 or not. Let me silence my phone. So there's a lot of different permutations of how this top 10 can go. It kind of all depends on what's going on with Jalen Carter. And I do fully expect that the Steelers are going to be aggressive to go get themselves a left tackle, whether that's Atlanta, whether that's the Bears, whether that's Philly, even the Titans. I do think they're going to go up to get one. I just don't know what team. But as it relates to the Bears, mid-round picks, yes. Polls, if he's not getting a premium talent like Carter, he's going to get as many mid-round picks as he can because this is a very deep draft. Now, the top-end talent is not is not the same as some years, but in terms of depth and how solid it is from, rounds 2 to round 4, there's an incredible amount of really solid depth pieces that a lot of teams are trying to acquire as many picks as they can in that area for that reason. So I agree. If it's not Carter, it's a bunch of mid-rounders for the Bears because they still got a lot of spaces to fill out. Season Bussy for $5. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. With rumors that Houston could pass on a quarterback if Young is drafted first, do you buy that Houston goes Anderson and skips the quarterbacks? 100%, absolutely. And I remember saying a while ago that their worst case scenario was Young going first because I didn't believe they were going to take Stroud. It had nothing to do with whether or not Stroud's worth it. I didn't believe that based on Stroud's representation that was going to be a match. And people can say, it's each player's different and agents will act differently based on it. I understand that, but this is a very personal situation that's not normal. And I did not, from the start, I did not expect the Texans to be in on Stroud at all. And then eventually it comes out the Texans are not in on Stroud. And I don't think that has anything to do with Stroud as a prospect. I really don't. I think it's about his representation and the structure he has around him, and that structure not being congruent with the Houston Texans as an organization. So I fully believe that as soon as, or I 100% understood that as soon as it became clear that Young was going number 1, that Will Anderson, come on down, you're a Houston Texan. And I do believe those rumors. And I don't think that they're rumors. I think it's just fact that in the absence of Bryce Young, they're either taking Will Anderson or they're trading. That just is how it is. Samuel Gilbert for $10. Thank you, Sam. Love your stuff, Brett. And you have prepared me for the Seahawks draft, but you have 40 players. But you have 40 players who you were surprised if they don't go top 20. But that's the kind of draft class this is, right? It's less about the blue chip talents and it's more so about the sheer depth in this draft. And there are dozens upon dozens upon dozens of guys who are going to be stacked very similarly in terms of their grade. And at that point, it comes down to system fit. It comes down to skill set. It comes down to role. And individual teams are going to prefer things that are different from one another. Like I've heard some wild shit about who's going where. Stuff that I vehemently disagree with based on my own grading system and how I look at players and how I look at skill sets. It doesn't mean that those teams are wrong. I just heavily disagree. But they see it differently. And so I guess to me it's wild, right? But to them, they're like, yeah, no, of course. That's how it is. That's how everybody sees it. And it's like, no, not everybody sees it that way. But that's why the draft is fun, is because everybody sees these guys entirely differently. And at least for me, there's like 40 guys that I have stacked very similarly that if you told me they went in the top 20, I would understand it. I could make a case for it. Andrew Crane for $5. Odds that Justin Fields is the guy. Do you think he projects to lead a team to a championship? Yes, I do. But he needs the supporting cast and the structure around him. There are very few quarterbacks in history that have ever become the guy without that structure. The last one I can remember was Andrew Luck, and that was a decade ago. So give him protection, give him weapons, and he can and will become the guy. Like every other quarterback that has become the guy because they had targets to throw to and more than 2 seconds to throw to them. So football's a team sport, and I feel like some people forget that. Obviously having a quarterback, it helps and it gives you an advantage, but like even Patrick Mahomes, when he didn't have protection, got the absolute shit beat out of him in the Super Bowl and looked helpless against Tampa. Like even he needs help, and he's Patrick Mahomes. So yeah, I'm confident in Justin Fields. Sid for $2. Thank you, Sid. Call me crazy, but JSN over any offensive line for Chicago. I wouldn't be shocked if Carter's gone, if the Bears do just a little baby trade back, because I do think that JSN is in the back of their minds. But I think that after bringing in more, so they have a true number one, and you still got Mooney, I think that maybe they think receiver is more of a luxury pick than tackle would be. But I wouldn't be surprised if they don't like, let's say the Steelers are coming up for a tackle. If they don't like that deal, maybe they just do a little baby trade back and take a receiver. But I think that they've improved the weapons so much already that they would rather, again, invest in protection than weapons. Let's see here. Lewin for $5. Thank you. Or £5. Thank you. Expectations for Jordan Love next year / moving forwards. I have no idea. Because we've seen so little. And you know, his first limited action, he looked terrible. In his second limited action, he looked better. You know, maybe with a full off season, and he's going into, I think, year 4 now. So he's been around a while. He knows the offense. He knows the verbiage. He knows the protections. He knows the side adjusts, all that kind of stuff. You know, if they give him like a true number one receiver like Zay Flowers, would I be shocked if he came out and played super well? No, I wouldn't be shocked. But I also had a much lower grade on him than the other quarterbacks in his draft class because when he was at Utah State, and it was the weirdest thing ever, you know, you go back and you watch Jordan Love at Utah State. He had some incredible throws, especially when he was on the move, off-platform stuff, and people were giving him like Mahomes comparisons, right? Because he would do all the crazy off-platform throws. But when he had to sit there on a hash and throw a boundary side fade at a 22-yard landmark, he couldn't do it. He couldn't throw fades. And it's the weirdest thing. I've never seen a quarterback be able to throw everything but a fade. And I don't know if it was a touch problem. I don't know if he was being coached a certain way, but he just couldn't do it. He couldn't read the leverages right. The ball placement was all over the place. It was bad. It was straight up bad. And that was one of the reasons why I didn't put him in my first round. Because like to play in the NFL, you got to be able to throw a fade ball. Like if you're in trips, the fade, especially in that offense, when Devontae was there, when he was drafted, Devontae was still there. But in that offense, like the fade was the get out of jail free card for that entire team. Is the ISO fade to the X receiver on the backside of trips. If you couldn't throw that ball, you can't play. And so that was my concern. And I still don't think we've seen enough of him in the NFL to know if he's fixed that. If he's fixed that, yeah, I'm all in. Sign me up. Let's see what he can do. But that's just the weirdest thing. And he was such a hard evaluation for me because I'm like, arm strength, yes. Mobility, yes. Character seems fine. Coachability seems fine. Can't throw fucking fade. It was so odd. And so I guess we'll see. We'll see. But he's got talent. I'll give him that. You know, if he had to throw any other type of throw. Find a Cure for $20. Thank you, Cure. Important question. Who do you think could eat more in one sitting, Kelvin Benjamin or Eddie Lacy? Yes, they are eating Chinese food. I'm going to go home field advantage for Eddie Lacy because I know he absolutely loves himself some Chinese food. And who doesn't? So I'm going to go Eddie Lacy on that one. Truly. And I think if NIL existed when Eddie Lacy was in college, he would have had like just a whale of a sponsorship with like PF Chang's. Thank you, Kier, by the way. The Millen for $5. What's with all this smoke from Houston? Please tell me we're not taking Levis at 2. In your mind, why would Why would Nick take him over CJ? They're not taking Levis at 2. From people I've talked to, they're either taking Will Anderson or they're trading. So again, the whole Levis is the second or the highest odds to go at number 2 or whatever, second highest odds. I think people were, and I know that Houston's draft board or draft preferences, whatever, got leaked all over the place. And I think people were misconstruing how they stacked this quarterback class with how they stacked the class in totality. They do not have equivalent grades on Will Anderson and Will Levis. It's not close. So I know they like Will Levis, and there's a lot to like with Will Levis. They're not taking him at 2. Again, they're not doing it. So I think the cat's out of the bag that they're either taking Will Anderson or trading. We'll see what happens. We know teams have been making calls because there are teams that do like Stroud, and there are teams that love Richardson, and there are other teams that love Levis too. So we know they're taking calls, but if the price isn't right, Will Anderson, come on down. You are a Houston Texan. If they take Levis at all, it'll be at 12. That's my expectation. Jared, $50. Thank you, Jared. Hockey's texted you a link to the draft. Oh, shit. Wait, I can't open up it. Put it in the Discord. I'll copy it. I'll copy it from there. Oh, man. I am so fucking behind on Super Chats. Good Lord. Okay, here we go. We'll do a couple more of these, and then we'll jump into the mock drafts now that we got almost 1,200 people in here. I just wanted to make sure that enough people got in here to see these mocks. Curtis Rodgers, $5. Finished my master's degree yesterday. So celebratory triple distilled Bushmills 12-year aged single malt Irish whiskey. Cheers and great content. That is a good bottle. I actually have some Bushmills up here. Hold on. Stand by. I will join you with Bushmills, sir. That sounds mighty fine to me. Also, by the way, having a liquor cabinet or multiple liquor cabinets with like 150 bottles right next to me, right next to my desk, is very nice. I'm going to be super productive now. Riley for $10. YouTube blocks web links, so I sent the draft guide in DMs on Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're way ahead of me. All right, I'll grab that link while I'm doing the mock draft, and I'll throw it up there. Because I got to find your... Oh, there we go. I'll throw it in there right now, actually. All right, I'm throwing the link to the Patron draft guide in chat because it's just incredible. It's so good. High Plains Drifter for $5. I'm really hoping the Giants go after a corner at pick 25. Cordell Flott and Darnay Holmes are just not going to cut it, especially with an injury-prone Adoree. And there's a lot of corners they can pick from. Off the top of my head, I'm a huge fan of Corey Trice. I wouldn't be surprised if Corey Trice goes late 1, early 2. He's in that general range. Cam Smith from South Carolina, I think, kind of fits their style in terms of like having off corners that can drive on the ball and not afraid to make tackles, all that kind of stuff. If they want more of a press guy, Deontay Banks is going to be long gone. Joey Porter's going to be long gone. Again, Corey Trice would fit the press bill, but other than him, maybe like, I know there's a lot of fans of Darius Rush. I don't know if I would personally take Darius Rush in the first round, but I know he does have a lot of fans. So there are tons of corners that the Giants can go after here. And I'm not worried about them having a corner available at 25. I'm really not. They're going to get one if they want that position. You speak to Pat McAfee since the interview. You guys good now or still beef? Yeah, he invited me back on the show to like go over draft stuff, and then we both got really busy. I mean, he had fucking WrestleMania. Like, he's obviously more busy than I am, but I was also doing my own draft stuff and moving and all that. So we haven't had time to link up since our last conversation, which was after that interview. But we're fine. Like, I think I wouldn't even call it a beef. Misunderstanding, I think, is the best way to put it. But he invited me back on, but then he had to, go wrestle at WrestleMania because that's how insane his life is. JJ for $5. I know you're saying the Steelers are trying to trade up for a tackle, but what if they're trying to move up to get Carter and mentor under Cam? Maybe. Here's the thing is because, there are some teams that are completely out on Carter. Completely. And I think if you're going to trade up for a defensive tackle, you got to be sure. Like, you got to be really, really sure. And I think that even if teams love him. Like, I think part of the reason why I think the Bears are going to take him is because it's an extra pick, right? Like, they have other assets. They have a bunch of other assets. They're going to have extra first round picks. Like, they're going to have extra mid round picks. Like, they don't need number 9 to hit. And so it's not that big of a problem if they take Carter and it doesn't work out. If the Steelers trade up and it doesn't work out with Carter for one reason or another, that's a problem. So I think that if teams are going to take Carter, it's going to be with like a native pick or an extra first rounder that they just happen to have, like Philly at 10. Like if he's there for Philly at 10, like they would take him because it's an extra pick. They don't give a shit. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But like, you can swing for the fences with an extra pick. Not so much with the Steelers, in my opinion. Jimmy Jack Funk for $10. Would you be shocked if Will McDonald is the pick for Dallas? Not at all. He kind of fits their bill, right? Like wiry, long, bursty, bendy pass rusher. Like he absolutely fits what they love at edge rusher. They love speed. Like that whole team is built on speed, and that's what he's got. So no, would not be shocked at all. In fact, you could pretty much tell me any name for Dallas, and I wouldn't be shocked. They're one of those teams that's all over the place, and I've heard some weird shit about who they like. And I'm not sure if it's true, but, pick 25 or 26, whatever they are, I think is going to be a fun one because I've heard some odd names connected to them. Freeze for €10. Thank you, Freeze. Am I crazy for having Darnell Washington as my TE1? I just feel like his size at 9.78 RES is too good to pass up. And also, do you think my Bengals could and would get him? Could, yes. Would, maybe. I don't know if wide tight end is the absolute top of their checklist, even though it's on the list, obviously. I don't know if it's at the top of their checklist. As for, are you crazy for having Darnell Washington as TE1? Not necessarily, no. Like, even like Michael Mayer is my TE1, all things considered. Like, Dalton Kincaid would have been if I was confident in the medical, which I'm not. So Michael Mayer's TE1 for me because I think it's just the safest. But, there are people that look at Darnell Washington as a two-way player in terms of run blocker and, super athletic potential as a receiver. And I get it. Like he's gotten some Rob Gronkowski comparisons because he can actually block and do all of the wide tight end stuff that's semi rare these days. So I totally understand. But I think watching, again, personally for me, watching Mayer and Kincaid run routes and impact the passing game, way different than Washington. Way different. Like not even close. So I think the comparison to Mercedes Lewis is accurate in the sense that will block his ass off, will be a long-time wide tight end. I don't necessarily know if there's the impact as a receiver where we can line him up in the slot and say, go win, and he's going to do that. We can line him up outside as an X and say, go win, and he's going to do that. I don't necessarily think I see that. But I understand why you have him as TE1. I just wouldn't personally agree with it. Hutton for $20. Thank you, Hutton. What do you think the Raiders' plan is this season? And are you going to do a Raiders video for their offseason so far? Well, that is an excellent transition into us starting on these mock drafts. So let me get the PFF mock draft simulator all loaded up here. And we'll get into our first mock of the day with the Raiders. How about that? I'll answer your question with a mock draft. Ooh, let's not load up that database. I don't think I'm allowed to show that. Here we go. Yes, and I'll stay signed out for that. Okay. I didn't want to pull up the NFL's. I didn't want to pull up the NFL's PFF account because it's a very different one than most PFF accounts. I don't want to get in trouble for that. All right, here we go. Let's add that back. All righty. So let's see. I'm going to select. I'm going to go for the Raiders. Subscribe to unlock. Oh, goddamn. Let me sign in. Hold on. Forgot I wasn't signed in. Okay. Now we can go back in there. Public versus PFF board, draft needs. Yeah, I don't really care. Draft for needs, fine. Randomness. Let's go middle randomness because I feel like middle randomness is actually more accurate. Again, way more accurate. We'll go 7 or all rounds. There we go. Nope, not that. There we go. Enter draft. All right. Start draft. Holy shit. All right, so here we got. Bryce Young went 1. Stroud went 2. That's not going to happen, but I'll ignore that. Will Anderson went 3. Fine. Levis went 4. Wait, so is Anthony Richardson on the clock for me? Okay, that's not even a discussion for me. Anthony Richardson for the Raiders, and I'll explain why. I understand they brought in veteran quarterbacks. The moves that the Raiders have made have signaled that quarterback is not where they're going to be going early. But I think it's because they think that quarterback will not be available for them. Again, we expect QB to go off the board 1, 2, 3. It might even go off the board 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think the moves that the Raiders were making, especially when you consider the timing of the moves that were made, that to me means that all the teams that were trading out of those picks heard a bunch of offers and the Raiders weren't stacking up. So that's why I think that they fell out of contention, I should say, for Anthony Richardson. But in this scenario, Richardson's on the board, and I would absolutely take him here. And to be perfectly honest, I think that Anthony Richardson is more ready to start now than Will Levis. And that might sound insane, but I think he's got better pocket presence. I think he's got more consistent accuracy. Completion percentage be damned. I don't really pay attention to that. If you look at actual like ball placement, if you watch the tape of Anthony Richardson and you're watching his ball placement, you're watching footwork, you're watching pocket presence, I think he's a better prospect than Will Levis and more ready to play right now than Will Levis. He's not as experienced, but that doesn't mean he's not better. So I think he would be an absolute coup for the Raiders if he's there at 7. He has unbelievable talent. From what I've heard, super high football character, very easy kid to coach, and he would not be on the bench in Vegas as long as you think he would. I think that by the end of his rookie year, especially considering Jimmy G gets hurt a lot, by the end of his rookie year, he'd be starting games. And I don't think he'd ever give the job back. And all of a sudden, Jimmy G, unfortunately, again, would be an expensive backup. But he could potentially be a super weapon at quarterback. And to survive in the AFC, you need a super weapon. Right now, the Raiders don't have one. Anthony Richardson could be one. So let's recap what happened since that. Witherspoon went to the Falcons at 8. Totally okay with that. Paris Johnson to the Bears. Love that for them. Christian Gonzalez to the 10. To the Eagles at 10. Love that for them as well. Porter to the Titans. That's probably about the highest range that I can see Porter going is Titans at 11. Nolan Smith to the Texans. That checks out. Oh, Tyree Wilson went all the way to 13. That's interesting. So I know that, first of all, he's not going to be there in the real draft. He's not going to be there. And I know that Packers fans would be frustrated because they want weapons more than anything for Jordan Love. But if Tyree Wilson's there at 13, the player is so good. The talent is so good. The football character is so good that I don't think they could pass. And I know Packers fans would be pissed. I know they'd be pissed. But they were also pissed at Rashawn Gary when he got picked. And I mocked Rashawn Gary to the Packers. And they got mad at me for doing that. And then they took him, and then he was fucking good. So I think this is just one of those you can't pass up on him if he's there. Carter went to the Patriots at 14. Not if it weren't for the Bears, that wouldn't be super out of the realm of possibility. I just don't think he's getting there. Darnell Wright at pick 15 to the Jets. Bijan at 16. Murphy, Addison. Ooh, Banks to Tampa is interesting. Michael Mayer at 20. Okay. Miami forfeited. Quentin Johnson. Wait, did Quentin Johnson go over Zay? Yeah, he did. So if Zay Flowers on the board at 21, I have to imagine the Chargers take him. But anyway, Van Ness went to 22. Osiris, a little early for Osiris Torrance. Mozzie Smith, Emmanuel Forbes. Oof. Forbes at 25. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's a little spicy. That's a little spicy. Okay. John Michael Schmitz at 27. They don't need him, but he's a good player. Brian Branch at 28. Kincaid at 29. Cansey 30. Keon White. Keon White to the Chiefs. That's such a Chiefs pick. And I love Keon White. I really do. But, like, have you ever seen a more Steve Spagnuolo defensive lineman than Keon White? Like, I think the simulator fucking nailed this. Keon White is like Spag's wet dream. Oh my God. Like, that's not even randomness. That's accurate. It really is. Brian Bursey at 32. A little too much dip on the chip there. Anton Harrison at 33. Again, not the highest need, but I would love it. Broderick Jones. Oh, Broderick Jones went 34. That's a huge value for Arizona. Jalen Hyatt at 35 would be fun. Drew Sanders to LA. Sure, linebacker's the problem. Keith Ringo at 37, a little early for me. All right, Raiders at 38. We got Will McDonald, Anudike Uzomah. Ooh, man. So we already went Anthony Richardson. I still want some edge help for them. Let me go. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull up a depth chart. Do I have the hour lads? Yeah, I do. Sweet. Ooh. Back on screen, huh? All right. So looking at the Raiders depth chart, we got Max Crosby and Chandler Jones. Chandler Jones, the age absolutely showed up last year. And I still think he's an effective rusher, but the best days are behind him. They need a young guy. And Malcolm Kuntz, I'm fairly lukewarm on at this point. So looking at all available options here, I'm between Will McDonald and Felix Anudike-Uzomah in terms of who I think probably fits better there. Because Patrick Graham is the DC, and we want somebody who can go forwards and backwards because Patrick Graham likes to do some really funky blitzes. I kind of want to emphasize fluidity and movement in space, and I think Will McDonald is a better option there for that fit. Doesn't mean Anudike-Uzomah is not a great player. He is. He's probably going to go around this range, but I personally would prefer Will McDonald here. So we're going to lock that in. See if there's any funky picks we can find here. Ooh, Trenton Simpson that early. I don't know about that. I like him, but 43 is a little rich, especially considering I think they already have some guys that kind of play that role well as a space backer. Jack Campbell at 45. Fuck, and BJ Ojolari. What the fuck, Packers? Jordan Love is just going to throw to linebackers. Bro, come on. Oh, my God. Look, the Packers aren't going to score any points, but they're sure as hell not going to let you score either. Hendon Hooker at 47 to Washington. I like that a lot. That one's a good one. Ooh, Matthew Bergeron sighting. Where's Hockey's? He's been summoned. Siaki Iga, Tui Pelotu. Ooh, Tui Pelotu, Dallas 58. I love that a lot. Wild Zach Charbonnet sighting in Chicago. Not sure about that. Not that I don't love Charbonnet, but I don't. Well, RB2 that early. Okay, I get it. All right, you can sell me on it. Tillman at 64, love that. Ooh, Herbig at 67. I think they already got multiple guys who can play that role, but whoa, Antonio Johnson at 69. That's a Rams pick I've ever seen one, and I don't mean that in a good way. Whoa, Okay. Antonio Johnson, to me, is like a dime linebacker only. Does not have the athleticism to hold up in coverage as a safety. I look at him the same way I kind of looked at Divine Diablo, who was a better player when he got converted to linebacker. I think Antonio Johnson would get converted to linebacker, or rather dime backer is probably the best way to put it. And that is way early for him. So, man, all right. Randomness. Raiders on the clock again. So we got Will McDonald. We got Anthony Richardson. Speaking of Divine Diablo and linebacker need, I do kind of like Deion Henley here. I think Henley would be better than, even though, again, I do like Diablo. I think Henley would be an upgrade over Spillane personally. Also, he's like all-time locker room guy. Amazing locker room guy. Super talented, former receiver, former kick returner, former quarterback. Great athlete, great in coverage, very instinctive. Yeah, I think I might go Deion Henley here. Lock it in. Bears are not taking 2 wide receivers. I don't even know if the Bears can fit 2 wide receivers at this point. Don't neglect corner. I know. We'll get there. There's a lot of corners I like in this class, believe me. Pick 100. All right, let's see what corners are on the board. Do we have Corey Trice? Probably not. Ooh, Garrett Williams. Actually, Garrett Williams would be a fun one here. Yeah, let's go with Garrett Williams. So one of the big reasons, Williams probably will be a day 2 pick. One of the big reasons why I knocked him a little bit was because he's coming off an ACL, but there was a report that just came out today from RAP that he's going to be good to go by July. So he's not going to miss camp. He's already looking good in drills. Garrett Williams, really, really talented corner, stays in phase super easy. He's got easy gas, great feet, great hips. Put him in soft shoe press and wind him up and let him go. He's really, really talented. And he's like CB10 or whatever in this class. Like, that's how good this corner class is. You're getting Garrett Williams at pick 100. That's not normal. The 49ers went running back in the 3rd round again. And it's Kendre Miller, who they already have like 3 Kendre Millers. Did PFF just like write in the software that 49ers must take a running back in the 3rd round? just keep it going. Why not? Okay, let's see. Kobe Turner kind of staring me in the face here. Just on value. On value, I really like that. Because I don't trust Jerry Tillery at all. Bilal Nichols I like, but at this point in his career, I think he's more of a rotation guy. Same thing for John Jenkins. Like, in aggregate, they would survive with Adam Butler, John Jenkins, Bilal Nichols, and Jerry Tillery. And also Matthew Butler, who I was a fan of coming out last year. In aggregate, they would survive with this, but I think Kobe Turner's upside is so good at this point that I would love to add him into this rotation and just whoever the best 4 are make the team. So I'm going to go with Kobe Turner here. It's just, again, the talent is just too good to pass up. It's like 40 spots after I think he's going to go. Oh, man, do I want to do Deuce Vaughn? Do I want to pull the trigger? No, but I do love Deuce Vaughn. Oh, Israel Bandicanda's still there. Iliama Fajoko's still there. Ronnie Hickman, Parker Washington. God. See, this is what I'm talking about with this draft class. Like, getting as many mid-round picks as you possibly can. Could I get some strengths and weaknesses of Zavala? So Zavala is somebody who could play on either side at left guard or right guard. Phenomenal feet. Great first step. Elite zone run blocker because of that. He's got loose hips. Former soccer player, which is where you see that coming from. Absolute mauler of a finisher. Like, once he gets your leverage, you're going on the ground. He's going to pancake you. super physical, really, really smart, quick processor in terms of, how he's working on combo blocks with either his tackle or his center. He has really quick recognition skills in terms of how a block has to develop after the ball is snapped, because based on how the defensive lineman's playing it with their technique, a scoop block can go one of like 3 different ways. And so he processes really quickly and doesn't miss his assignment in terms of how adjustments are coached. Just a very smart, solid, super talented player. Reminds me a lot of Brandon Brooks. And Brandon Brooks was a super solid pro for a long time. He's older than Brooks was as a prospect, but that doesn't really bother me because offensive linemen, a lot of times they can play well into their 30s. So you're going to get multiple contracts out of Chandler Zavala. He's going to be a really good player. And he's one of the guys in this class that I just don't worry about. I just don't worry about him. Now, getting back to the Raiders here. We got Devontae, Myers, Renfro. They probably don't need receiver. I was trying to find an excuse to take Parker Washington. I don't think it's going to happen here. I would say, can we do offensive line? Because I really don't like how they did Dylan Parham dirty last year by playing him out of position. He was way better when he was allowed to actually play his natural position. Is Zavala even there? If Zavala's there, I might just take Zavala. Where is it? Oh, IOL. There we go. Ooh, John Gaines is one I could do as well. Nealon's Ricky Stromberg too. So I'm between Stromberg, Gaines. I'm going to go Stromberg. Yeah, I'm going to go Stromberg because he has guard or center flexibility. So we could just kind of get our best combo inside here. Super strong, absolute ass kicker at Arkansas. Blew people off the ball, called protections. Love Ricky Stromberg. He's going to be a top 150 pick. We got another one up here. Oh, man. Yasir Abdullah is tempting me. He's really tempting me. He's absolutely a Patrick Graham type of player, somebody who can drop or rush, can play multiple spots. He can be a Sam. He can be a Will. He can be a pure edge. Kyle Van Noy with a jetpack on is kind of how I described him. Let's go with Yasir Abdullah and just draft the talent and figure it out later. So we hit corner, we hit offensive line, we hit quarterback, we hit pass rusher, we hit defensive tackle. There's not a whole lot else that they need. And Parker Washington's still there. Oh, man. Can I possibly pass on him anymore? But, I mean, looking at their receiving core, he could beat out DeAndre Carter. Fuck it. Parker Washington. It's just too good. He's just too good. I mean, this mock is really coming out awesome for the Raiders. If I was a Raiders fan, I'd be ecstatic about this. Ronnie Hickman staring me in the face. I love Ronnie Hickman. He's like safety 7 for me, but I mean, like the only thing about Hickman is like durability has been kind of spotty and like his long speed is just fine, but his feet are great. His short area burst is great. He's a tough tackler. He's smart. Oh, chat's asking about tight ends. I mean, Hooper and Howard, you can get by with that. I kind of had a plan for Noah Gindorf super late at 214 anyway. So I've had that in the back pocket the entire time. So I'm probably going to get Noah Gindorf for 214. I'm going to go, man. That's the thing is like, I'd just be drafting another Marcus Epps if I took Hickman, but I'm kind of okay with that. Yeah, let's just, again, if one of our safeties goes down, you could put Ronnie Hickman on the field and feel okay about it, even though he's going to be pick 200 something. And then let me go get my big ass moose from North Dakota State. There he is, Noah Gindorf. If you guys are not familiar with Noah Gindorf, he's like 6'5", 270. And again, he's a moose. Reach, Bengal. It's pick 214. How is Noah Gindorf a reach? Or are you talking about Hickman? That's still not a reach. Hi, Bengal. Love you, brother. Could I interest you in a Lonnie Phelps? You could sell me on Lonnie Phelps. I'm still going to go with Gindorf, though. But you could sell me on it. But I love Gindorf so much. He only has like 6 catches because he got injured and he missed like all the pre-draft process too. He played like 2 games and he had 6 catches. But he's super talented. No, it's the Bengal. Bengal, have you put out your final mock yet? Because Bengal's a very like accurate mock drafter, and usually like his final mock that comes out draft week is like must watch. So I don't know if he's put it out yet. I know he's working on it. Not until Wednesday. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I'm doing a mock draft live stream on Wednesday, by the way, because I'm flying to Kansas City tomorrow. By the way, Wednesday night, 7 to 9 p.m. local time at KC Beer Co., which is down by Overland Park. Again, I'll be tweeting out details and everything like that. But Wednesday night, me and EJ doing a little get-together at KC Beer Co. 7 to 9 p.m. local. Come by, have some beers with us, talk football. If you're going to be in the area for the draft, please come on down. And then all 3 days of the draft over on our podcast channel, the Bootleg Football Podcast, we're going to be doing, live reactions to every single pick for all 3 days. So Nate wants a corner. All right. Let's see who's even available at corner right now. Good Lord. Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot, chat. I'm not feeling any of this. Lonnie Phelps is still there, though. I mean, I have like a priority UDFA grade on Lonnie Phelps, and we're again pick 220 is around that. Oh, Jose Ramirez is there. Fuck off. No, we're getting Jose Ramirez. How did he even last that long? What? Love Jose. If you watch the Edge Rankings episode, I'm big on Jose. I know I'm bigger than most people on Jose, but he's so versatile. Has every move in his toolkit. Has speed, has power, has burst, has bend. I love Jose. And getting him at pick 220 is just outrageous. I like him better than I like Malcolm Kuntz, who they took in like the 3rd round. Pick 231. Oh, man. Ooh, Desjuan Johnson and Brett Nealon. That's a tough one for me between those two. Again, we're pretty solid on the interior. We already took one. But could I take another? I don't know if there's room on this roster. Whereas Brett Nealon, again, he's kind of a hybrid. Could be center, could be guard, just like Ricky Stromberg. So if I want depth at both positions, like I could pair Stromberg with Nealon. And then I just have the first offensive line in history where everybody could play center. It'd be great. But that might let me not put Moody or Bars on the field, which I'm okay with. Yeah, I'm going to go with Nealon. I love Nealon. He's a really good player. What teams have I missed? None. This is the first one. So, our Raiders mock draft. Woo! Look at that. Look at that. Anthony Richardson at 7. Will McDonald in round 2. Deion Henley in round 3. Garrett Williams also in round 3. Kobe Turner in round 4. Ricky Stromberg and Yasir Abdullah. in round 5. Parker Washington also in round 5, which is he's not going to be there, folks, but that's fine. It's fine. We're taking it. Ronnie Hickman in round 6, along with Noah Gindorf, and then Jose Ramirez and Brett Nealon in round 7. That is an incredible mock draft, if I do say so myself. I got an F pick? I got an F grade for the Ricky Stromberg pick? Come on, PFF. Come on. Don't be mean. AKA the Brett's favorites drafts. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it is. But if you're a Raiders fan, you'd be excited about this. I know you would be. Wouldn't spend a top 250 on the guy. Remember, folks, half these guys will be out of football in 3 years. Honestly, half these guys will be out of football in, well, maybe not these guys specifically, but like, yeah, average career length in the NFL is like 3.5 years, and that's if you're lucky. There's a lot of guys that I like in this draft that will not play 3.5 years for one reason or another. And that's just, nature of the business. Bears next. You guys want you want to jump out of draft order? I know there's some Falcons fans that would be very upset at me if I jumped out of draft order. But this is a damn good. I'm gonna download that. That one's a good one. All right. Let's do a new one. This one we'll pick. All right, fine. Chat. I'll be nice. I'll do Bears first. How about that? Let's see what we got. As a Raiders fan, I like the mock draft. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope that mock answered your question that you had earlier. Have you ever seen Two Girls, One Cup? Dude, I'm almost 32. Two Girls, One Cup's my generation. Willingly or unwillingly, I saw that shit. No pun intended. Falcons fans, don't worry. We're going to do you next. I got to shut up the Bears fans. Wait, did I do all of them? Oh, I think I accidentally did all. Oh, no, I didn't. All right. Falcons took Jalen Carter. I mean, that's probably who I would have taken anyway. But if Jalen's off the board, I will probably just play it safe here and go with Paris Johnson. Again, for all the reasons I talked about earlier in terms of protection over weapons, I think that their receiving core, and again, looking at their depth chart here, Bears depth chart, that is. The receiving core of DJ Moore, Chase Claypool, Darnell Mooney, Dante Pettis, god damn it. St. Brown, Velus Jones. Like the top 3 are fine. Obviously, we want more depth in terms of somebody who can compete for wide receiver and wide receiver 4 and wide receiver 5. I don't think you need to spend the 9th overall pick to get somebody who will be wide receiver 3 at best. So I would prefer Paris Johnson, who can play either tackle or guard on either side. So it's not explicitly replacing Braxton Jones. It's not explicitly replacing Tevin Jenkins. It's more so we're going to figure out who the best 5 are on the field and go with that. And Paris Johnson allows us to do that. Now, all the way down at pick 53. Also, keep in mind, in terms of what realistically will happen, if Carter's gone, the Bears probably trade out of that pick. But if we're just doing a stick and pick scenario here, Paris Johnson's probably the more likely guy. Take Bijan. All right, pick 53. Anadiko Zoma's there. Ooh, Tyreek Steve. I mean, they don't need corner, but that would be intriguing. Between Pelotu, Keanu Benton. Because I definitely want to go defense just because the defense was really in trouble last year, specifically with pass rush. I think I lean Felix Anaduke Ozoma here to give them some pass rush help. One of the best edge rushers in this class. Somebody who I think can come in and contribute on day one, especially on third downs. Would love that for them. Coming back at pick 61. Tuipulotu's still there. Maybe I could double up at edge. I wouldn't hate doubling up at edge here. Because, again, we got Rasheem Green, Travis Gibson, Marcus Walker, Dominic Robinson. Robinson actually had a really nice rookie year. But, like, it's not like you can't fit 2 rookies into this rotation to me. You could absolutely fit 2 rookies into this rotation. So I'm going to double up and go Tuli Tuipulotu because I want to get pass rush help. We got Justin some protection. We got Justin some weapons so far this offseason. Let's help get the defense off the field to give Justin more drives to work with. How about that? Now, do I want to hit receiver at pick 64? Let's see who's available. A little early for Dell. Slightly early for Mims. Ooh, Mingo. Mingo versus A.T. Perry. That one's tough for me. Do I want the upside with Mingo or do I want the floor with Perry? I think I'm going to swing for the fences and take Jonathan Mingo here. In terms of physical profiles for a potential X receiver, he's one of the best, if not the best in this class. 220 pounders that run 4.4. As much as we like to joke they grow on trees, they really don't. And his play speed matches the time speed. Super high upside pick. Jonathan Mingo, in the before pick 70 is totally fine. 3-level winner. Absolutely. All right, pick 103. Do I want some interior depth? Specifically interior depth. People might say this is early for Drew Scruggs. It's really not. It's absolutely not. It's not that early for John Gaines. We know that Stromberg's still there in the back pocket if we need it. Do I want interior defensive line? I think we could stand to add some interior help here. Let's see who we got available. Oh, Kobe Turner again. Man, do I just want this to be the Kobe Turner show today? Again, it's 40 picks after he's going to go. I can't ignore the value. Let's go Kobe Turner there at pick 103. Get some interior help. So now we're down at pick 133. And I'm still thinking about interior offensive line. Is Juice Scruggs available? Or did he go? Yeah, I think oh no, he's still there. All right, I'm going to go Juice Scruggs again with center/guard versatility and can play on either side. Super smart, really, really smart player. Can call protections for you if you need him to play center. Or again, great first step in terms of being effective on reach blocks if he has to do it all by himself on zone runs. You don't have to help him that much, which is an underrated skill set for a guard to have. We expect a lot of centers to have that, but not guards. And Juice Scruggs, as a guard, would have center-type feet. So very, very valuable kind of swing piece there in the interior for them. Abanikanda would be fun for Chicago. Absolutely, Abanikanda would be fun for Chicago. Tanner McKee. I know I'm not drafting Tanner McKee. But, I mean, that does bring up an interesting question. Are we okay with PJ Walker and Nathan Peterman being the only backups in case Justin gets hurt? Because Dorian Thompson-Robinson is there on the board, and we could do a lot of the same stuff in the run game. God forbid, knock on wood, if Justin goes down, you can do a lot of the same stuff in the run game with DTR that you do with Justin. And I think that as a passer, like, he's still got the arm strength. Accuracy can be a little bit spotty sometimes, but his trajectory and his development trajectory is very steady and consistently positive. And again, I don't want a season to be ruined if Justin gets hurt because they run him a lot, and then all of a sudden, you can't do a lot of the same stuff with PJ Walker, and Lord knows you can't do it with Nathan Peterman. So, yeah, let's go DTR there just to give us some security at the quarterback position, just in case. Just in case. No pun intended, if he gets hurt. Now, pick 148. I could start to look at – that's right, Josh Blackwell's on this team. Fun fact, my wife works with Josh Blackwell's dad at Makita, the power tool company. Although Josh Blackwell's dad works on the other side of the country. He's over in the Atlanta office. But I remember she came home one day. This was years ago. She came home one day, and she's like, yeah, I was talking to Joe Blackwell at work, and his son plays football. And I was like, oh, where at? And he's like, oh, she's at Duke. So I looked him up, and I was like, oh, he's a young corner. And I was like, let me, be cool. Like if there's a bowl game or if they traveled out here for out of conference, go see Duke play and go see her coworker's son play. And I was like, let's look up the schedule. And again, corner at Duke. And their week 1 opponent was fucking Alabama with 4 future first round picks at receiver on the team. And I was like, maybe we shouldn't go watch that game. I think that one might be a little rough for Duke. And it was very rough for Duke. But good to see that he's still in the league. That's awesome. So in the secondary, we still got Jalen. We got Vilder, who played surprisingly well last year compared to what I expected. We got Kyler Gordon, Ujamudia. I feel like he lost a lot of juice after his injury, which how could he not? It was a very devastating injury. Then we got Jalen Jones. I do think that we can stand to add some secondary help here, whether it's at safety or at corner, just to give a little bit more depth. So let's see who we even have on the board. Christopher Smith, Ronnie Hickman, Daniel Scott would be intriguing. Ooh, Quindell Johnson would be intriguing as well because he has nickel versatility. And then let's see who we got at corner. Keitrell Clark, again, nickel versatility at corner. Starling Thomas. So I'm kind of between Quindell Johnson, Keitrell Clark, Christopher Smith. I'm kind of going off fit here for the role. I think I'm going to go Quindell Johnson. Yeah, I'm going to go Quindell Johnson just because of all of the quarters that I think they're going to want to play. You need safeties that can cover like one-on-one down the field. And if either Brisker or Jackson gets hurt, I think Quindell would be better in coverage than, say, Elijah Hicks or AJ Thomas. So that's how I justify that pick. Pick 218 here. Ooh, Ventrell Miller. Why is his ADP at 212? Somebody's going to have to explain that to me. How is Ventrell Miller's ADP 212? Really fast linebacker. Super bursty. Reminds me a lot of Nick Bolton with the Chiefs. Obviously could grow in coverage just like Bolton did, but he was a blur sideline to sideline. And the thing that a lot of people maybe don't realize is he was playing with 1 foot. He couldn't feel his foot. He broke it. So they were giving him like numbing shots for every single game. He couldn't feel his foot and he was running like high 4.4 speed. So Ventrell Miller's, not that linebacker is like a crucial need because you got Tremaine, you got Sanborn, you got TJ Edwards, but just in terms of value and getting, another young, fast linebacker, if anybody goes down or if multiple guys goes down, and you're getting a pick 212, he's got special teams ability, locker room guy, leader, captain, all that. All right, last pick here at 258. Who is... Oh, Desjuan Johnson. Desjuan Johnson's there at 258. Let's grab him as a hybrid inside-outside guy, interior rusher, could play defensive end for you in 4-down fronts. This pass rush is going to be nasty. All right, so recapping the Bears draft here. You got Paris Johnson at pick 9. Felix Anudike-Uzomah at pick 53 to give us edge help. We doubled up with Tuli Tuipulotu at 61 to give us even more edge help. We got Jonathan Mingo to give another big, fast, thick weapon to Justin Fields. We got Kobe Turner to improve the defensive interior rotation because they still need guys there. We got Juice Scruggs who can flex between center and guard. So he's kind of a swing depth player for them that could grow into being a starter eventually. We got DTR to back up Justin Fields and give us an option to still incorporate the QB run game if Fields gets hurt. Quindell Johnson, as a backup safety, potentially a third safety. I don't care if they gave me a D for that pick. Like it's a good pick. Ventrell Miller for at minimum special teams help, but could potentially get some snaps at linebacker if people get hurt. This is just value city right here. And then Desjuan Johnson, again, to improve our interior pass rush, which could still use some help after their moves they made in March. So top to bottom, addressing both offense and defense, just trying to fill in holes here and there, giving Justin some support, improving the defense, which was awful. I feel pretty good about this. And Bears fans, you can let me know if you don't, but like I feel really, really good about how this came off. Got the A- grade. I don't know if that matters, but like, did I miss anything obvious with this? Because I don't think I did. We addressed every position in need, sometimes more than once. I feel great. Why Paris over Skoronski? It's mostly just upside for me. Like, I think Skoronski is the better player now, but in terms of who could be the better player in 2 years, I think that's Paris Johnson. I think he's got more tools than Skoronski. Still has the same positional flexibility of Skoronski because he can play tackle or guard on either side. So, if we're just going, if we need a guy to play day one right now, Skoronski. If we need a guy who can still play day one but might be better in 2025, Paris Johnson. I think there were better players to take over DTR, possibly in a vacuum, yes. But the weight of quarterback and how much that offense loses when they don't have capable quarterback play, I think that outweighs, just stacking a big board and saying, well, DTR's, the 150th player and this guy's the 135th. Like, I think the last thing I'd want is for a Bears season to get ruined because Justin takes a shoulder injury and gets dinged up for 2 weeks, and then they lose those 2 games because PJ Walker or Nate Peterman just can't play, right? Terrible Colts draft. I'll get some water here. I might have missed some super chats, and I apologize if I did, but trying to do mocks and supers at the same time. If I happen to miss your super chat and like we go all the way through the stream and I miss it, just shoot me a DM on Twitter and just let me know, and I can answer your question there. If you already put in, like, I don't want you to pay again, right? If I missed it, so. Jared for $5. Please draft Tyson Bagent at some point tonight so you can talk about Travis Bagent, 23x arm wrestling world champ, could have gone number 1 overall in the NFL. Yeah, man, there's some fun stories about the Bagent family. Yeah, he's an interesting cat. I don't know where Tyson's going to get drafted. Probably in the 7th round, I'd imagine. But boy, his dad's interesting, isn't he? Oh, man. How would you build around Kenny Pickett? Get him tackle help for one, so he doesn't die. I think they have enough weapons at this point, but just get him offensive line help. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Don't give a shit. Like, offensive line help, please, for the love of God. And that'll help out Najee too. Like Najee needs all the help he can get. Because, I don't care if you're 240 and run through a bunch of tackles. Like every single play he's getting met at the line of scrimmage. It's just not fair. So they need to improve the offensive line as much as humanly possible. Which is why I think they're being so aggressive. And they're openly being aggressive about trading up in the draft, right? To go get a tackle. Oh, I just spilled on myself, didn't I? Good job, Brett. Riveting content, I know. All right, let's get into this Falcons draft. I'm going to download this. New mock draft. Let's do Falcons. Turn off Bears. Boom. Let's see what we got to work with. So, Bryce Young went first. Will Levis went second. Good Lord. I'm going to go walk into traffic. Jalen Carter went third. I don't think we've seen that yet. CJ Stroud went fourth. That's a dream for Indy. JSN went 5. Okay. Moving on. Tyree Wilson went 6. Devin Witherspoon went 7. Okay, the randomness filter on PFF is fucking wild, chat. What the hell? Okay. All right. So who we got? We got Will Anderson on the board at 8. Come on. Oh, man. This is like a Chris Sims wet dream. Will Anderson falling to 8. All right, let's just do it. As ridiculous as it is, let's just take Will Anderson. Good God. Refresh the draft. Can you do that? Is it just too unrealistic? You want me to redo it? All right. Let's get one a little bit more realistic. We'll do maybe slightly less random. How about that? Since apparently PFF's random thing is just, let's just fucking wing it. All right. Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, KK, Jalen Carter, Will Levis, Will Anderson. All right. Oh, now we're back to being boring. Okay. You got what you wanted, chat. We're back to being boring. Anthony Richardson at 7. So we got Witherspoon on the board. Christian Gonzalez on the board. I would probably lean Witherspoon here. Bring up their depth chart. As my friend Charles, avid Falcons fan, has put it, the Falcons this entire offseason are, on operation don't allow any points. And they've made so many additions to the defense to fulfill that goal. And we're just going to keep leaning into that. So operation don't allow any points is continuing. We're drafting Devin Witherspoon. We're going to pair him up with AJ Terrell. I don't necessarily care that they got Jeff Okudah. And I'm a fan of Jeff Okudah, but I don't care that much that I'm passing on Devin Witherspoon over for Jeff Okudah. I don't care. I think Witherspoon could compete with and potentially beat out both of these guys, whether it's for outside corner or nickel corner role. He can play both. So Witherspoon's just he's the best DB on the board that's a fit for them. Pick 44. This is an interesting one. So, do I want receiver? Not that receiver's like in bad shape for them. Because I happen to really like Mac Hollins. And I think Scotty Miller's a slot is fine as well. But their depth really falls off a cliff after the first 3 guys. So I might look at receiver here. And at pick 44, Mingo makes sense. It's when you start talking about A.T. Perry as well. Yeah, let's just keep building that basketball team on the outside because they really do love size when it comes to weapons. And we'll go Jonathan Mingo again. Big body, 220 pounds, legit 4.4 speed. Yeah, we'll go Jonathan Mingo. What is it with Ole Miss receivers and just cranking out 220 pounders that run like deer? It's insane. I mean, we had to get a receiver at some point in this draft. Might as well just do it there. Pick 75. Do I want to get competition for Drew Dahlman? Because, Matthew Bergeron's there. He shouldn't be, but he is. Matthew Bergeron should not be here. Oh, man. Could I possibly justify not taking Matthew Bergeron? Like, the offensive line in general is fine at tackle and guard, but it's just kind of an outrageous value. Oh, fuck. Corey Trice is there, too. Ooh. And Chandler Zavala. Oh, God, this is brutal. Okay, fuck it. Chandler Zavala. Oh, man, that's tough. I know hockey's going to be mad I passed on Bergeron, but I really do love Zavala, and I think they need if we're gunning for guys to compete for jobs, left guard is more likely to compete for a starter than tackle. Yeah. Okay. I retroactively talk myself into it. Zavala is he's going to start day one. He's going to be good. That was a really tough one, though. That was a really, really tough one. All right, pick 110. Do we want to improve any sort of defense? I mean, they've already done a lot of work on the defensive line. They don't really need it. But I wouldn't say no. We could probably add one more. Oh, my God. Corey Trice is still there. He's not even going to play, but he's so good. Okay, I'm taking Corey Trice. This is not how this was supposed to go. This was not how this was supposed to go, but he's so good. I can't turn he's not gonna get out of the second round. And you've got him up here at pick 110. It's ridiculous. Good God. All right, pick 113. Dorian Williams from Tulane intrigues me here. Again, if we're just continuing operation, don't allow any points. I think, I think he can compete at one of these linebacker spots. He actually kind of reminds me of Deion Jones a little bit, Dorian Williams. Now, I think he's like a more amplified version of Deion Jones. Like Deion was a little bit better at getting off blocks than Dorian. Doesn't mean Dorian can't become better at that. Or do I want Israel Abanikanda, who I assume is still on the board? Let's just see. Because Israel Abanikanda, oh, God. Israel Abanikanda behind that line. When's my next pick? Do I think I can make it? Can I make it to the next pick, the next Falcons pick, without Abanikanda going off the board? I don't think I can. Oh, man, I can't. I don't know if I can risk it. Because Abanikanda, like in terms of scheme fits, just like outside zone, slasher, flamethrower when he's in open space. I don't think I can risk passing on Israel Abanikanda. I'm going to go with it. And I love Tyler Algier, but Abanikanda just has a totally different gear. He's 270 pounds and runs 4.3. Like, it's not the same. It's not the same. All right, remaining picks 224, 225, 245. DTR at 224. Hell yeah. That's not even a discussion. That's just instinctual 100% taking DTR at pick 224. I think he could compete with Ritter to be a starter. Like, that's not even a wow. The value that we're getting here in this Falcons draft is crazy. So we've addressed pretty much everything that we need. I mean, they have more corners than they know, more DBs in general than they know what to do with. They have edge rush help. They got running back. We could probably linebacker, I guess. So we still got Ventrell Miller. We got Mahomo is it Diabete or Diab? I thought it was Diabete, right? Because I just watch all 22. I don't really listen to the announcers saying names. So that's actually something I got to check on before we get to draft day. Yeah, I kind of feel Ventrell Miller here just to give me some linebacker depth. Like, I think he could legitimately challenge Caden Ellis for a spot there at will. So let's go with Ventrell Miller. Diabete. Diabati. Interesting. Jordan Howard indoctrination, please. So Jordan Howard is my, in terms of like pure safeties. If you go on the Patreon right now, I'm a really bad businessman, Chad. I probably should have promoted this earlier. If you go on the Patreon, right now I have a living document that I'm going to be updating multiple times between now and draft day. I have all the 98% of the defensive rankings on this Excel document with tiers and like blurbs on each prospect. These were supposed to be in video form, but the SEC is the SEC and decided that I'm not allowed to use college film anymore. So I scrapped all the rankings videos that were going to come out. And so instead, the document that I'm going to be using as my cheat sheet when we're doing the draft live stream over on the podcast channel, Bootleg Football Podcast, that cheat sheet I'm just going to be making available to patrons so that they can kind of follow along with where I have guys ranked as I'm talking about them, all that kind of stuff. So in the Patreon that's linked in the description, there's 2 tiers on the Patreon. There's the $1 tier, which gives you access to the rankings, and the future version of the rankings that's going to have all the offensive players ranked and blurbs and everything like that. I think that's coming out on Wednesday. And then the $5 tier gives you that. Plus, you get access to the Discord room for patrons on Discord, which I am much more active in than the normal or the rest of the Discord server, just because it's hard to keep up with every room at once. And so I mostly stick to the patron room. So if you're interested in supporting the channel in any sort of way like that, go join the Patreon, go join the patron Discord server, follow along with my draft rankings as I release more of them coming out on Wednesday. And by the time the draft hits, that whole Excel sheet is going to have like 270 of my players in it that I scouted. So can't confirm, sometimes it's a shit show. But as it relates to Jordan Howden from Minnesota, on those rankings in terms of true safeties, he's my 4th rated safety, I believe, which is a lot higher than many people have them. Not higher than the patrons have them. I think the patrons also have them around safety 4 because they also watch a shitload of tape. And I think on tape, it's very easy to fall in love with Jordan Howden. He's the definition of a solid safety, not overly traitsy, but I also would not consider him a liability in terms of he has enough burst, he has enough fluidity, he has enough long speed. It's very reminiscent, I would say, but it kind of dialed down a tick of when Antoine Winfield was coming out of that program. Just jack of all trades, master of none, absolutely willing to put his body on the line in the run game. He will fill running lanes from depth. He tackles in space. You need him to handle one-on-one coverage down the field. He can do that. If he's just playing and floating over the top and going to get the ball, he can do that too. Single high, if you want to do crazy rotations, like he's just solid. He's solid at everything. He's not the best at anything, but he's not bad at anything either. So Jordan Howden, really, really good player. No idea where he's going to go, though. Zero clue where he's going to go. Oh, my cats are trying to fight now. Wonderful. DeBose seems like a good value here, to be honest. Yeah, I could see that. I can see DeBose here, but I want to see what other receivers are available before I pull that trigger. See, Remigio would be interesting because that gives them some help at punt returner. Because right now it's Avery Williams is slated to be their starting punt returner. Can you guys hear the cats? Fatty's bothering a little. Avery Williams is slated to be their starting punt returner and kick returner. Cordarrelle is going to be their kick returner. Avery Williams, the punt returner. But Nico Remigio, I think, could legitimately come in and return punts as a rookie, like over Avery Williams. So, and he would give him another option for the slot because Remigio is just a tremendous yards after catch threat too. So let's go with Nico Remigio. He's probably going to go, late 7 or undrafted around that range anyway. So, recapping this whole Falcons mock draft, we got Witherspoon at 8, Mingo at 44 to give him another weapon outside, Chandler Zavala to solidify left guard, Corey Trice just because of the insane value. They don't need him, but he's too good to pass up, so we're just going to build the most ridiculously deep secondary of all time. Israel Abanikanda, who can not only challenge Tyler Algier for the starting role, but probably take the starting role. And I say that as somebody who loves Tyler Algier, and he was very productive. Israel Abanikanda can take all of the rushing lanes that Algier got and just turn them into more. Incredibly explosive. So even if we're just doing a 1-2 punch, that's a hell of a 1-2 punch to me. Dorian Thompson-Robinson in round 7 is just absurd value. Like to get a 7th round quarterback that we're pretty sure could come in and challenge for a starting spot, that's insane. Ventrell Miller to give competition at linebacker for Caden Ellis, and then Nico Remigio to be another option they can put in the slot or be a starting punt returner for them. Pretty good draft, if I say so myself. Falcons fans, please let me know what you think. But I feel like I hit on all the positions of need, sometimes doubled up where I needed to. And there's not really any holes left on the roster at this point. Obviously, they need quarterback to hit for them, but the roster after this mock is very, very good, in my opinion. Very, very good. And they're probably a playoff team, if I do say so myself. Depends on how the quarterbacks play, obviously. But if they just get even average quarterback play with this roster, that's a playoff team. I'm a Falcons fan, and I hate this draft. I would love to know why. I would love to get your opinion on why. Like, what in particular do you hate about it? You did not draft a tight end for Arthur Smith. He doesn't seem to like Pitts at TE for whatever reason. I mean, I get the whole, we're wasting Pitts in that role talk. I mean, I made a video on it, but I'm still willing to give it another year just to see. And like they brought in Johnny to do all the slide route shit that they were having Pitts do. So maybe that's the tell that they're going to actually use Pitts down the field more because they brought in Johnny to do all the other stuff. That's my copium, at least, about this. No tight end edge. I mean, I don't hate their edge, though. Like, their edge rotation. Like, Ebiketie, I was a huge fan of. Malone, I liked. Lorenzo Carter, again, as a role player, is productive. They brought in Bud Dupree. Like, I just don't think if I drafted an edge, unless I drafted one way high, like one of the top guys, like Nolan Smith, or like I don't think they would have got that many snaps. And even then, even if I drafted one of the top guys, they still might not get that many snaps. So like I understand like edge is a possibility, but I don't think it's a necessity on that roster. I really don't. Do super chats. Let me see which ones I missed. Do you think the Eagles get King Henry if not Bijan? I don't think they trade for Derrick Henry because they can draft Bijan. And why trade for an older running back that's still expensive, relatively, when, I mean, if you're going to pay a lot for a running back, it might as well be a young one like Bijan Robinson, right? And you're getting 6 years of contract control. Like Henry's getting to the age now where injury is almost kind of a inevitability rather than a possibility. So unless it's like really low draft compensation, I think they just draft Bijan instead. Like if it's either draft Bijan or trade for Derrick Henry, just draft Bijan. Anthony Labella for $2. Thank you, Anthony. Who's your favorite pass rusher and why is it TJ Watt? TJ's great. TJ's phenomenal. In terms of like favorite pass rusher, in terms of one that I've always loved watching, probably Calais Campbell. I think that he is one of the most technically proficient, technically sound pass rushers that I have seen over the last 15 years. I think that, you know, he's somebody that a lot of young, like 5 techniques and 3 techniques can learn from in terms of hand placement, footwork, how he gets an edge, even though he's not like the most bendy guy. You know, he's like 6'9" or whatever it was. But, you know, how he uses length to his advantage, how he keeps his pad level as low as he can, despite his height. And most importantly, how good he is in setting up stunts in games, which is a very underrated aspect to pass rushers, because it's not sexy or flashy to, you know, be able to execute a stunt. How do I do this without having a diagram? I'm used to talking over a diagram, right? If you watch the video that I put out on the NFL YouTube channel about JJ Watt, in terms of like how he was able to manipulate guards' eyes and, you know, where he put his hand when he was setting up a stunt behind him with Whitney Merciless to hold a tackle's shoulder in place so they couldn't turn around and recover. Like there's so many little things that go into the execution of a stunt. And that is kind of like a lost art that I think a lot of young defensive linemen don't get. And they just think, oh, you just go into the gap. And it's like, no, it's not just going into a gap and having a guy loop behind you. It's about how you rip through and trap the arm of the guard so they can't move. It's how you know, if you're not ripping through, or if they don't kind of, you know, hook themselves into it, how you're, you know, really able to use your hands to get behind a tackle and kind of grab onto their pads where their shoulder blade are. And then you kind of crank them around so they can't recover. And so when the guard peels off you to pick up the looper, now you're just coming home free. Like it's so nuanced. And very few young guys do it like Calais Campbell. So it's a long way to go for a short drink of water, but I hope that answered the question. Let's see here. Scouting report on Benton, please. Keanu Benton. So I touched on it when I did my interior defensive line rankings, but, you know, I see him as more of like a 5 technique or a 3 technique in the Cam Hayward kind of mold. A lot of people see him as like a nose. I don't see that journey for him, to borrow a phrase from Schitt's Creek. I see him more as either a 5 technique or a penetrating 3 technique and a 4 down front. I think he's a much better gap penetrator than like 2 gapper. Cats, stop it. Hey, leave your brother alone. Yeah, I'm talking to you. And so, you know, in terms of getting a defensive tackle who can get upfield in a hurry, you know, absolutely ruins zone run games because he actually has the athleticism to backdoor a guard and still make the play and flatten down the line of scrimmage. Keanu Benton's phenomenal. Also one of the better pass rushing interior defensive linemen in this class. You can watch him in terms of how he rushes the passer. His wrestling background really shows up there. He's got really good ability to kind of link his hands to his feet, which is something that, again, a lot of young pass rushers don't understand. You don't throw the move with your hands and then move your feet. You got to do both at the same time. Keanu Benton does that, and he does it with balance and control. So very, very good player. Probably will go somewhere in the top 40 picks. All right, let's check on more super chats here. Pete is on crack. Let him cook. I assume that was for JSN. Going at 5. Oh, God. I appreciate the $10, though. Thank you. Let's see. I don't think I have very many other missed super chats. Here we go. John for $5. Albright reported not many teams believe in round 1 wide receivers. If Bears trade back with Steelers to get picks 17 and 32, do you consider Addison or Johnston? I mean, he's right. Not many teams are like super high on this receiver class in terms of taking them in round 1. Pretty much the only ones that I think are locks are Zay and JSN. All the other ones are maybes. If the Bears trade back with the Steelers to get picks 17 and 32, do you consider Addison or Johnston? Probably a little early for Addison at 17. I could see it at 32. And both picks, I think, would be early for Johnston for me. That's how I see it, at least. And I love Addison. 17 would just be a tad rich when not looking at the receiver class, but looking in the context of the class as a whole, who I expect to be there at pick 17. I think there's going to be a bunch of better players there than Jordan Addison. And I say that as somebody who likes Jordan Addison a lot. This pick should obviously be Carlton Marshall. Oh, God. Tevin Jenkins, the $30,000 man. God. Okay, so for people that are new here and don't know this story, long time ago I did a video on Tevin Jenkins when he was coming out of Oklahoma State. And I started the video with the theme music from Jaws. And, at the time, I didn't think that video was going to do that well, so I didn't care that I wasn't going to get ad revenue on it. And then, of course, that video blows up and becomes my most watched video ever. And I did the math, and the revenue, the ad revenue that I didn't get, because I thought I was just going to do like 100,000 views or whatever. The ad revenue that I didn't get came out to about $30,000. And all that went to like Warner Music Group or whoever owns the Jaws soundtrack. $30K for my stupidity of putting like a little minute vignette at the top of a film breakdown. And my wife has never let me forget it. Oh, I hate you, Jared. Imagine giving up 33 overall for Chase Claypool. Yeah, at the time it was iffy, and then it just became dumb. And I think it's very clear at this point that it was just dumb. Like, Claypool could be a fine player for Chicago, but even at the time, it was kind of like, I don't know about that. And then it just slowly and steadily became more and more obvious that it was not a good idea. Not a good idea. All right, I think I'm caught up on super chats, at least from the old ones. Going way back to the AR pick to the Raiders, what do you think his fit is with McDaniels? Would someone like Levis or even Hooker later fit better? I don't think Levis fits with Josh McDaniels. I think from I don't want to say from a personality perspective. There's only so much I could say about it. I don't think they fit. I don't think they fit together. I will leave it at that. I don't think they fit together. Anthony Richardson, I do think fits Josh McDaniels. And again, I don't know how long it would take AR to, kind of learn the system there, because I do think their version of the Earhart-Perkins is notoriously complicated. Some would say overly complicated. But once you get it, you have more freedom and flexibility in that offense to get in and out of bad plays, which is why they did it in New England for so long, because Brady had mastered it so he could get out of trouble at the line of scrimmage. And that's a very valuable thing, but it takes a while for that to get up and running. And so the one thing that for him going to the Raiders, and I said, oh, he could start as a rookie and play. That is true, but they would not be playing with a full deck of cards until probably year 2, because that system is so hard to learn and hard to grasp. And there was Hall of Fame level talents. Like Chad Johnson went to the Patriots and couldn't get that offense. And Chad was a great player, one of the best receivers of his generation. And he fell apart there because that offense is just so different than most other offenses. And it's tough. It's tough. So the one thing that might hold AR back if he goes to Vegas is just the sheer amount of time it takes to learn that system. And he's a young, very inexperienced player. So it'd be a lot of stuff he had never seen or heard of before. But I do think eventually he could get there. I do. It would just take a while. And okay, now I think I'm caught up. All right, what's our next mock? Panthers, I think, right? And then we're finishing it off with the Eagles. So let's go Panthers, enter draft, start draft. Now, you all know that I favor Bryce Young here. And I've always kind of said that if it was me, I'd take Bryce Young first overall. I do think that when they traded up, I do think that there was legitimate consideration for Stroud. In fact, I know there was legitimate consideration for Stroud. In fact, Stroud was the lead when they traded up. A lot has happened in the time since, and they eventually came around to Bryce Young. But when they traded up, it was going to be for Stroud. And at the time, I was like, it's not the pick that I would have made, but I understood it. We know that their quarterback coach, McCown, absolutely loves CJ Stroud. We know that Frank Reich loves CJ Stroud. But that doesn't mean they also didn't like Bryce Young. And from what I had heard, ownership made a decision that Bryce Young was a safer bet. I happen to agree with it. So I'm not going to throw shade on it or anything, but ownership made a decision. Bryce Young's the guy. So I'm going to keep it realistic and just go Bryce Young here. Pick 39. So receiver is kind of the top of the docket for me because we got to replace DJ Moore, right? So I'm looking at Josh Downs, Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman. I'm trying to think who would probably fit Bryce Young's skill set the best, and who do they already have? We got Terrace Marshall outside. We got DJ Chark outside. Adam Thielen. In terms of giving them a dimension that they don't have as much of, I think Josh Downs probably fits their need better because I do think they have some size and physicality outside with Terrace Marshall. I totally understand why you would want Tillman. And Tillman's probably going to go around this pick. And Hyatt's probably going to go around this pick. But what I would like to prioritize if I'm building a receiving core with a whole bunch of different skill sets, considering we have size and speed outside, I would like a smaller, quicker threat like Josh Downs, who also, by the way, plays really big for his frame. His contested catch percentage is 70%, which is very, very high, twice as high as some bigger body receivers in this class. So I don't think that you lose the ability to throw fades outside with Josh Downs, especially from the slot. He could do that really well. But you also gain his separation ability inside as a slot receiver. Adam Thielen, I think, is also going to be a slot receiver for them, but in a different way, different skill set. He's more of a power slot at this point in his career. And Josh Downs has more gas. So if we want to run vertical stuff from the slot, Josh Downs would be the guy to run it. You could put Thielen outside on those concepts. it just brings a different skill set than what they already have. So I'm going to go with Josh Downs here, and he would fit right in. And again, the mission here is to make Bryce Young's life as easy as possible. So giving him weapons is good. Ooh. Can I justify Corey Trice? I don't know if I can, but I really want to. The value is just so good. Corey Trice is not going to be here at pick 93 in the real draft. He's just not. Like he could legitimately be a first round pick, and he's here at pick 93. That's kind of outrageous. Okay, it's too good of a talent to pass up. He's CB5 for me, guys. I have a monster grade on Corey Trice. I can't leave him on the board at 93. I just can't. Pick 114. Is there an edge that I like here? Carl Brooks. God damn it. Oh, man. You could sell me on Viliami Fehoko here. You really could. Or KJ Henry. You could sell me in either one. Yasir Abdullah, in terms of the Sam linebacker role for Ejiro Avero, Yasir Abdullah fits that like a glove. He's like the dream Sam for that system. And he can rush the passer. Because right now, I don't really think they have anybody that can do it. I mean, Frankie Louvu can kind of, but not to the same degree. Like, again, we're talking like a Leonard Floyd type and, playing that Leonard Floyd role. I don't think they have anybody that can do it. So let's go Yasir Abdullah because he can. And just give him even more speed on the edge. Why not? Pick 132. Yeah, interior, fine. I was thinking about Kobe Turner, but we're fine on the interior. I mean, defense in general is totally good. How about running back? So we got Miles Sanders, Chuba Hubbard, Raheem Blackshear, Spencer Brown. We could probably add another running back here. Do I want to pull the trigger on Deuce Vaughn? This is, and Israel Banakanda's there too. God, okay. I might go in Abanikanda again. Considering my rankings and like where I have Abanikanda. Yeah, I think I got to go Abanikanda again. I really do. And they're going to run a lot of outside zone there, which he fits tremendously well. And, he's not going to start because Miles Sanders is there, but he can rip a lot of carries off Miles Sanders. He really can. Now, let's see. 145. Do I want another edge? Like a true edge, not a Sam, but like a true edge. We still got Fehoko. We still got Jose Ramirez. I'm not taking Mike Morris here. O'Shawn Mathis is potential. Oh, no. Did my camera overheat? I think my camera overheated. Can you guys still hear me? This is a content wonderland today, chat. I'm going to go with Viliami Fehoko while I let my camera cool down a little bit. I'm going to go with Viliami Fehoko. And in terms of like pure rankings, I think I might have Jose Ramirez higher than him. But I think in terms of flavor and, talking about different guys, I think Viliami, my comparison for him, and it's something that I can't unsee now, is Pernell McPhee in terms of just a big, brutish kind of stand-up edge rusher that in terms of how he uses his hand to kind of shock a tackle back. And then his footwork, again, for a guy of his build, he's got a really like thick, kind of squatty build, just like Pernell McPhee. And it looks ugly, but it still works. Like he still maintains balance and control around the edge, despite just being this big burly dude. It doesn't make sense, but it just reminds me a lot of Pernell McPhee because of that. New place, same camera issues. I think it's because I have it on the 4K setting, not the 1080p. I should have had it on 1080p, so that's my bad. So when I turn it back on, I'll get it on 1080p. Mr. Myrtle, this has been great. Just catching up on the Bears section. If they do take Scruggs or Stromberg on day 3 and they do well in camp, I'm not entirely convinced Whitehair makes the 53 with his cap hit. Totally agreed. Whitehair, I think, is a sneaky bubble guy that people don't realize. He absolutely is a sneaky bubble guy because of the cap implications. And if they get somebody who can reasonably replace him, which is not that insane to say, if they get somebody who can reasonably replace him, he's probably gone. So if they're taking Scruggs or Stromberg or both, I think that kind of signals what they're going to do with Cody Whitehair. All right, let me see if I can get this camera back on. There I am. There we go. All right. So let me get this off 1080p so it stops catching fire. How about that? I don't even know why I had it on 4K to begin with. There we go. All right. Whoa, I'm very bright. Welcome back, everybody. How do I still have 840 people here? That's insane. You guys are just fiending for draft content. So we're going to take Fehoko. Long way to go till the next pick. Which one is better, PFF or PFN mock draft simulator? I've never used the PFN one. I've just always used the PFF one. I just think it works really well. But I could try the PFN one. Oh, that's right. They only have 6 picks because they gave a bunch of them to the Bears. All right, so recapping what we got here. We got Bryce Young and Josh Downs going first and second round. Corey Trice is a value pick. Not that they explicitly need corner, but if your third or fourth corner is Corey Trice, you're doing absolutely fine. Yasir Abdullah to play the sandbacker role in that defense, which is desperately needed. Israel Abanikanda, because I think in terms of depth at running back, I'm kind of a whatever on Chuba Hubbard and Raheem Blackshear. I don't think that they're immune from getting another RB2, which Abanikanda would be for them. And then Viliami Fehoko to give them some edge depth there in round 5, which is about where I expect him to potentially start going there too. PFF has a nice UI. Yeah, that's kind of why I focus on, or why I prefer PFF. Is just I know my way around PFF at this point. I'm on it every single day, so I'm extremely satisfied with this draft. This Panther. Well, I'm happy about that. Oh shit! I meant to save that. Fuck. I'm happy you like it. Next up will be Eagles. Draft board risers, real or just a media thing? Just a media thing. If somebody says, "Oh, they're rising up the draft board," what that really means is, "Oh, we just found out about them." That's what that means. Like these teams, they go into every single season with 1,000+ reports for the next draft class already before the season even starts. They already have 1,000 reports done on the 2024 draft. They're a year ahead. The entire 2023 season will be confirming or adjusting the reports they already did a year ago. All the D2 risers that come out of nowhere, these teams know about them. All the, the underrated all conference guys that everybody's convinced that they're the only ones who know them and that they're slipping through the cracks. For the media, yes, because the media doesn't have the time or the staff to sort through these guys like the teams do. But the teams, they already know who all these guys are. Like the Shrine Bowl, and I know it's for the Senior Bowl as well. They already have 1,100 reports done on next year's draft class. They already know who they're inviting. They already know all these guys. Every single All-Star game already knows everybody. All the teams already know everybody. It's just the media, because we have less resources, less time, less access. We're the ones that catch up late to the point where it's like a week before the draft. And we're like, man, this Felix Anudike-Uzomah guy is pretty fucking good. And it's like, okay, they could have told you about that after last year. So it's definitely a media thing. It's not a real thing with the teams. Let's see here. Fade for $5. Thank you, Fade. Corner at 39, in my opinion. Our CB2 is Dante Jackson, who's coming off an Achilles. Well, oh, that's right. He did tear his Achilles. I forgot about that. So the Corey Trice picks actually makes even more sense. I forgot it was Achilles. For some reason, I thought it was like a high ankle sprain. I didn't realize it was that bad. While I love Horn, he's been hurt lately. We need the best CB available. All right, so the Corey Trice pick was accidentally amazing. I'll take that. Good job, chat. Keep me accountable. Drock for $5. As a Falcons fan, don't worry about edge. Doesn't matter who you trot out there. The team will still be last in sacks and pressures. Oh, man, Falcons fans. You're going through it. I know. You're going through it. Thank you for the $5, and I am sorry for your losses. Curtis Rodgers for $2. With the corner depth, why so many Porter Jr. mocks? For what team? Or just like why so much interest in Joey Porter? It's because he's good. You can have 35 draftable corners and still have a top 15 grade on one and feel good about taking it. So in terms of like, why do you see Joey Porter high in every single mock? It's because he's fucking good. He's got 34.5-inch arms. Like he's Groot out there playing corner. He's one of the best press corner prospects in this class. So, it's one of those where it's like, yeah, we can get one in round 2, but are they Joey Porter? Probably not. Probably not close to Joey Porter. So, like I love Julius Brands, but he's not Joey Porter. Otravino 21 for $5. Thank you, Otravino. Shout out to your effort in making videos. Did a bird just hit my window? What the fuck? Did you guys hear that? Oh, something hit my window. Shout out. Thank you. Sorry. I'm going to go back. Shout out to your effort in making these videos these last couple of years. Nick Caserio, GM grade. Trevor Lawrence ceiling. He scares me the most in the AFC South. So far, I would grade Nick Caserio in terms of GM grade, like how he's handled the tear down, the rebuild, last year's draft. I would give him like a B+ so far. I thought he did really, really well. Maybe even an A-. I thought he did really well last year. We'll see how he handles this year. I think it's unfortunate for him that the team ended up with the second pick and not the first, because if it was the first overall pick, mission accomplished, tank for Bryce complete, but ended up not working out for him. Not a lot worked out for him, but ended up not getting the pick maybe he wanted. So now he has to pivot and figure it out, and maybe they trade, maybe they don't. But I think considering the hand that he's been dealt, Nick Caserio has been a fine GM. Trevor Lawrence's ceiling is whatever he wants it to be. He could be one of the best quarterbacks in the league for a very long time. He's a Hall of Fame level talent. His ceiling is virtually unlimited in terms of physical skills, in terms of processing. Like, he's awesome. And he's already a top, let's be conservative and say top 8 quarterback with the potential to be a top 5 quarterback by the end of this coming year. So he's really, really good. He scares me the most in the AFC South. Scares me too. Anybody in the AFC South should be terrified of him. All right, I think I'm all. Here we go. What's your way too early offensive rookie of the year? I mean, we don't know where anybody's going, right? We don't know where anybody's going. If the Chiefs trade up for Zay Flowers, which is like not that far fetched, if the Chiefs trade up for Zay, I'm gonna go with Zay Flowers. That seems that seems potentially spicy. Let me see. Am I shiny? Shiny. Well, there. That seems better. I don't think I have any other super chats that I'm behind on. Yeah, I think I'm all caught up. Oh, shit. No, I'm not. There's a whole bunch of other ones. Who should Green Bay go with its 2 second rounders? Weapons. Help out Jordan Love. For the love of God, weapons. And there's a lot of them. A.T. Perry's there. John Mingo's going to be there. Tillman's going to be there. Hyatt might even be there. Grab 2 of them. Get 2 of them. But give that kid some weapons. Like, you're in year 4. You have a very limited time to evaluate him. Give him the best possible chance to succeed so you can figure out if he's worth keeping or not. You know, if you're trotting him out there with subpar receiving core, just like you gave Aaron for a long time, you're just setting him up to fail. So as many receivers as humanly possible. It feels like we say that every year for Green Bay. As many receivers as humanly possible they need to get. Lyrical Bullfrog for $5. I think for the Panthers, edge would be good at 39, and then wide receiver, either Perry or Tyler or Scott later, and then a CB or guard later on with our next picks. I mean, it's a viable strategy, 100%. You know, if you feel like edge is that dire, I personally don't. But if you do, I could see just nipping that in the bud and going, you know, if Will McDonald gets there, if B.J. Ojolari gets there, and just making sure that you have a good rotation. That's perfectly fair. It's perfectly fair. Hendog 1000 for $20. Thank you, Hendog. Appreciation super chat. Can we not? Wow, I can't read today. Cannot wait to meet you on Wednesday at KC Beer Company. By the way, what a great choice for a meetup. Best beer in KC, in my opinion. Love Bootleg. Love the fill-in rooms. Appreciate you, Hendog, coming by for all the live streams that we do both on this channel and Bootleg. You're an OG. You've been around for a long time. And yeah, can't wait to knock back a few dunkles with you at KC Beer Co. Again, if you're just popping in, I'm flying out to KC tomorrow. We're doing a meet and greet Wednesday night, 7 to 9 p.m. local time in KC at KC Beer Co. They spell it German, though, so it's B-I-E-R Co. I think they're down by Overland Park. Going to have some beers, talk some football, hang out. And then we got live streams on the Bootleg Football Podcast channel all 3 days of the draft. So go subscribe over there because that's where we're doing all of our live stream shit. And then one more here, and then we'll get started on the Eagles. Frank Incarnato for $5. Thank you, Frank. Hey, Brett, dislocated my shoulder a few hours ago. Jesus Christ, hope you're okay. So thanks for some content to make my end of my day a bit better. Any day, 1 to 2 thoughts on the Giants. Well, let's pull up the Giants depth chart here, because I do think that corner's an option. I think that receiver's an option. I mean, receiver's definitely an option. At 25, though, I don't know that they're even going to have a shot at Zay Flowers without trading up. And I don't know if they're going to be super into taking either Addison or Quentin Johnston at 25. Because I don't think that Addison would give them a significantly different skill set than what they already have. I would prefer they go for like size and speed. I really can't talk today. On the outside, so that'd be Jonathan Mingo, A.T. Perry, to a lesser degree, A.T. Perry for speed part. Tillman. I will say Daniel Jones does have a good deep ball. So if they really want to maximize that, Jalen Hyatt would make some sense. And 25 is like, it's early, but I would understand why they did it if they took Jalen Hyatt, because they really have to get some ability to score quickly. They need to be able to go blow for blow in shootout type games with Philly and with Dallas. And even maybe with Washington. Like, Washington's got way underrated skill position talent that can score in one play. They need the ability to not need every single drive to be explosive plays on the ground. And then like Daniel Jones distributing and maybe throwing a bootleg here and there. Like, They need to be able to throw the ball and get 50-plus yards. So Jalen Hyatt, I would understand there. And corner. Again, corner. So right now, we got Adoree Jackson, Cordell Flott, Darnay Holmes. Like, corner's desperate. So, again, Trice at 25 would make sense if they don't like any of the receivers there. In terms of day 2 corners that I think they would go after, Cam Smith might be on the board. They might have to do a slight trade up. Darius Rush, Julius Brents is possible. Who's the USC kid who transferred in from LSU? Mekhi Blackman. He's an option there. Actually, Mekhi Blackman would be a really nice fit. I could see that on day 2. Either way, their first picks have to be corner and receiver in some order. So, all right, let's get to this Eagles mock. Let's start this off. So, see, Bryce Richardson went 2. Witherspoon at 3. Holy shit. Levis at 4. Will Anderson at 5. Gonzalez at 6. Stroud at 7. Tyree at 8. Carter at 9. All right, chat. We need to have an honest discussion about Bijan Robinson. We need to have an honest discussion here because it's not that crazy. Okay? I know everybody says Howie doesn't take anything but trenches in the first round. It's not that crazy. Like, if you look at this team, they are so stacked. They are so loaded, unbelievably loaded. And Bijan is not just a running back. He's a receiver. He's a slot. You can put him out wide. He has a Christian McCaffrey type skill set. And we know they tried to get Christian McCaffrey. They tried to trade for him. The Niners offered more. I think that Howie really wants that type of 3-down back. They have made attempts to get one. They have built a hell of a committee. They got to the Super Bowl with that committee. But getting a 3-down back that can do the passing down work and the early down work, and most importantly of all, maybe this is not talked about as much, but they need somebody who can take goal line pressure off of Jalen Hurts. They're paying him hundreds of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions over the next 5 years. They need another way to convert 3rd and 1 that doesn't put their quarterback in harm's way. That's Bijan Robinson. So taking all of that into account, I know he's going to be a top paid running back the moment he gets in the NFL. He's going to be expensive. And history shows you don't draft running back early because XYZ. I am of the opinion that you can draft running back early. You just shouldn't pay them. You know, Dallas, what they ran into with Zeke, that problem was they paid him after 3 years. And they gave him a bunch of guaranteed money. A bunch. And it just became a problem because his prime got used up and then they still had a bunch of extra years on top of it. Guaranteed years that they couldn't really get out of. Like, it was very clear 2 years ago that he was gassed, more or less, and Pollard was the better back, but they couldn't do anything about it until this offseason. And so I'm of the opinion that you can draft a running back. You can get 6 years of contract control. Just don't pay him. And I think that for the next 6 years, having Bijan Robinson as an Eagle when they're in this window with Jalen Hurts, and he even admitted, like, he took less money than he could have got because he wants the roster to remain strong and he wants to create a dynasty. And I think that he's right to do that. You know, go the Tom Brady method, the Pat Mahomes method. Like, Mahomes is underpaid. He was underpaid the moment he signed that deal. And Jalen Hurts would rather be underpaid but still make hundreds of millions of dollars and have the rest of the roster be good around him. And Bijan Robinson's part of that journey. So he's a 3-down back. He's a receiver. It'll take pressure off the goal line. It's not that crazy. It's really not. So I'm going to take Bijan at 10 here. I can't not. I just can't not. Now, pick 30. We still got a bunch of options on the board, guys. We still got a bunch of options on the board. Taking Bijan at 10 does not mean we're not getting a great player. And looking at their depth chart, not a whole lot they need, right? I know it's listed as wide receiver, guard, center, defensive interior, blah, blah, blah. A lot of that's like depth. Like they need depth. But like starters, they're mostly fine. Like in terms of receiver, they don't need starting receivers. They need depth receivers because Quez Watkins just makes me real upset. And I'm not going to try to, make Eagles fans relive that drop for too long. But like, fuck, like you got to catch the ball. So like you need a receiver, but it's like you need a wide receiver 4. Like we could use a young corner, but we still got Slay and Bradbury for at least 2 years, probably together. But we need depth, like for McPherson and Greedy. Like we don't need starters. Defensive interior. Again, we need depth, not starters. So at this point, it's take best player available because no matter who we take, they're not starting, most likely, right? So again, we're looking at Will McDonald. We're looking at Felix Anudike-Uzomah. We're looking at John Michael. And they drafted an heir apparent to Jason Kelsey already, but like Schmitz is better than who's the Nebraska kid they drafted? Juergens. John Michael Schmitz is better. So like you could realistically take him. Mozzie Smith, absolutely. Like that front with Fletcher and Jordan Davis and Mozzie in the middle, just because. Why not? Again, depth options we're talking about here. Jack Campbell, just because. Put him next to Kobe Dean. Because fuck you. You can't score on us. It's just best player available. None of these guys are starting anyway. So who's the best player available? For me, I'd probably go Will McDonald here. And you put him behind Brandon Graham. You put him behind Josh Sweat. And I think he could potentially be your third edge. Or I guess it'd be fourth edge because you're technically also behind Hassan Reddick. Your fourth edge as a rookie. But in 2 years, he's probably your second edge. And you're investing in depth. You're investing in the future. So let's go with Will McDonald here. We're just getting talent. It doesn't even matter. We're just getting talent. Pick 62. Ooh, Tyreek Stevenson's calling to me here. That would be fun. Antonio Johnson, absolutely not. This is tough. This one's tough. Really tough. I feel like Corey Trice is a cheat code at this point, so I'm not going to do it. But in terms of realistic options, Tyreek Stevenson at 62 to be a young corner that you're grooming behind the 2 vets. And the thing is, Tyreek actually has a very similar skill set, in my opinion, to Darius Slay. I think in terms of like press man technicians, he's one of the best in this class. He doesn't have the same gifts as Joey Porter or as Christian Gonzalez and everything like that. But in terms of never takes the wrong step, always puts his hand in the right spot. When he's hip to hip, how he looks for the ball, like in terms of timing when he turns, he secures the route and then he secures the ball. Like he plays like a veteran. And the physical tools are fine. They're not elite, but they're fine. But I think as a technician, man, he would be fun. And 62 is a pretty good value. Yeah, I'm going to go Tyreek Stevenson. I like that. Now, Trey Hodges-Tomlinson, another DB that we can do. I wouldn't put him at corner, though, even though he played a lot at outside corner. More snaps than almost anybody in this class at outside corner. And he got like 100 targets last year because they went all the way to the college football championship game. He is battle-tested at outside corner. But I have seen enough tape of him getting bodied by bigger receivers that I don't even want to bother with that. And I'm drafting him as a safety or as a nickel. And he's very similar to somebody they already have on the team with Avonte Maddox. He's just younger. But I think having him in this kind of safety rotation that can also play nickel for us is worthy of maybe looking at here. Kobe Turner, absolutely worthy of looking at here. Again, we don't need him to start. He'd be a depth guy, but A.T. Perry would be interesting too. Again, we're talking about getting a fourth receiver. Oh, man, Ivan Pace. Oh, man, Ivan Pace. Can you imagine the pass rush duo that Nakobe Dean and Ivan Pace would be? All right, we got a lot of options here. I think I'm going to go with A.T. Perry to be our new wide receiver 4 because he's going to catch the ball. He's going to catch the ball. He's got size. He runs really good routes. Blocking could use some work, but in terms of tools plus coachability, he's a slam dunk pick. And he's not going to be here in the real draft. He's going to go well before pick 94, so he's a good value. But I love A.T. Perry. And like if A.T. Perry's your wide receiver 4, you're doing something right. So we're going to go all the way to pick 219. Fuck. Oh, no. Okay, yeah, we're doing DTR. Oh, man. DTR is a backup to Jalen Hurts. So right now, their backup is Mariota, who it makes sense, right? Mobility, veteran mentorship, all that kind of stuff. Not that Hurts like needs veteran mentorship at this point, but in terms of young quarterbacks with a similar skill set to Jalen Hurts, and honestly a similar profile to Jalen Hurts coming out of college. Hurts was better, but DTR in terms of, okay, he's gotten better every single year since he was age 19. The curve is hockey sticking, the hockey stick curve. You heard that term where it's like flat, 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 boom, boom, boom. I think that DTR as a younger backup to Jalen, that if Jalen gets hurt, again, knock on wood, we can do the same run game stuff with him. Like I'm not doing it with Marcus Mariota at this point. He's fragile, super fragile. I'm not doing the quarterback run game with Mariota. I would do it with DTR. And we just spent a bunch of money on Jalen Hurts. But if he goes down, we're screwed. So DTR in the 7th round again seems outrageous, but I'm okay with it. Now, last pick here. Do I want to give Stoutland a project that he can work with? Because if so, we do Jordan Reed from Louisville, who's a crazy athlete, but not ready to play. Or maybe do I want another tight end? I guess it depends on how much you like Grant Calcaterra. This one's actually really tough for me. Maybe guard depth. Let's see who we got at guard. Ooh, okay. Kneeling to play center or guard. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah, let's go Brett Nealon for somebody who could play center or guard. Really, really good in the zone run game, which is what the Eagles run anyway. In terms of his ability to reach block, he's one of the more underrated reach blockers out of all the centers in this class. And there's a lot of good centers in this class. Nealon, I think, was outstanding on outside zone. And had better power than I expected for an undersized center who's under 300 pounds. Better power than I expected on inside zone, too, in terms of getting vertical displacement on scoop blocks. So he's a super solid interior guy that I think could potentially play guard as well. And, again, it's pick 248. So if it doesn't work, who cares? We're drafting depth. So overall, this Eagles mock, let me know if you guys like it. We got Bijan at 10 because he's incredible and he's worth it. We got Will McDonald at 30 because, giving us even more speed off the edge. I don't think the Eagles would ever say no to that. Tyreek Stevenson to be a young corner to groom behind Slay and Bradbury. A.T. Perry to be our new wide receiver 4 that catches the damn ball. Dorian Thompson-Robinson to be a backup to, at first, it would be a backup to Hurts and Mariota, but eventually he would just be Hurts' backup. And potentially a trade piece down the line. We know the Eagles do love trading quarterbacks, so if they can get value out of DTR, if he's just melting faces in preseason, and then 2025 rolls around and somebody needs a quarterback and you're shipping off DTR for a 3rd round pick and you spent a 7th, good value to me. And then Brett Nealon to be a flex center / guard in round 7. What do you guys think? Let me know. Take a shot every time Brett says DTR. Well, if the mock draft sim would stop giving them to me, I would stop taking them. I hate it. No Stetson. Yeah, Stetson Bennett does not strike me as a Philadelphia Eagle. Bijan at 10 isn't happening. I mean, probably not, right? Probably not. But I'm not certain that it's not. And there's a lot of people that I can see. Yeah, 4 people off the top of my head have told me that it's in consideration, like legitimately in consideration for the Eagles. So if they pull the trigger, I will not be surprised at all. Not even a little bit. Could still be Christian Gonzalez because he's Christian Gonzalez. Could be an edge player, but I would not be shocked at all if it's Bijan. He is legitimately in consideration. It just depends on who else is on the board. What's wrong with Tank Dell? I don't think anything's wrong with Tank Dell. I have concerns about durability, right? Like he gets open like crazy. He can get off press, even though he's small. He can get off press because nobody can touch him. My concern is that if we run any in-breaking routes with Tank Dell and he takes a shot from like Roquan Smith, is he gonna die? Like that's my concern. He's 166. People had concerns about Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith. Like they still had a lot of weight on him. Because Devontae was playing at like 180 last year. It's like 15 pounds. Like it's a lot of body armor that has been added. And Tank Dell could get bigger in the NFL too, but is he going to max out at like 172? Like, is that the biggest he's ever going to get is 172? Like I just worry, like you're playing 17 games. He's never played a 17-game season because he hasn't had to, but playing 17 games in the NFL at 166 seems outrageously irresponsible to me, like from a medical perspective. So if we're just only running outbreaking routes and we're saying go to the sideline, don't die, fine. But I don't know, man. I get worried about him. It's nothing about skill set or anything like that. He's a great player. It's just durability. Like that has never worked at the NFL level. Something that small has never worked at the NFL level. I said the same thing when Tutu Atwell got drafted. And Atwell was even smaller. He was 155. And it hasn't worked. So it's like, is an extra 11 pounds from Tank Dell going to be the difference in Tutu not making it and Tank making it? I don't know. It's just it's a profile that I'm not somebody who would bet on it. Jared Cole for $5. Thank you, Jared. Have you watched Hunter Reynolds, safety from Utah State? He's one of my late draft sleepers. I have not got to him, but Wednesday night after we got to KC Beer Co., I'll probably hop on the old computer. And at least I want to, if he's going in the draft, which, maybe he will, I at least want to be familiar with him, right? Even if I don't have a full write-up or a full grade, I at least want to know, like, something. I want to have something to say when he gets picked. So I'll probably watch him like Wednesday night. I'm still in the process of writing out all my blurbs for the offensive side of my rankings, which again will also be out on Wednesday. So I'm going to be spending a lot of time on the plane tomorrow writing those out. I have the general order done, but I don't have the blurbs written. That's my thing I'm working on. No Tyson Bagent F for all marks. If Bijan goes to Philly, expect 5 years of what Zeke did in Dallas between seasons 1 through 4. Probably. In terms of just like domination, melting faces, all that. Yeah, probably. I feel like I have to turn my brightness up on this monitor. Oh no, I'm already at 6. Do I? Oh shit, I turned my monitor off. That's not good. We're professionals over here. There we go. Am I dark for you guys? I'm trying to figure out my lighting with this new setup. There we go. How about that? I obviously still have not figured out the new shooting space entirely yet, but I got the liquor cabinets built. The lighting seems to be okay. Hold on, the lighting seems to be okay. I still think I might want to put it on the bottom on the second shelf instead of on the top. I kind of wanted to test it out to see if the lighting was distracting if it was on the top. I might put it on the bottom below the bottles. That might be better. I don't know. You guys let me know. I kind of want to start up some best ball drafts. If you guys want to stick around for that and do some best ball with me, I can drop some invites to underdog leagues. Let me do that. And if you guys are not already signed up on Underdog, by the way, if you use promo code Brett, you get a deposit match of up to $100. So whatever you deposit, it can be $10, it can be $100. They'll match the deposit. So best ball starting up, you can already draft rookies on Underdog. They're already there. So if you have a particular rookie that you fully believe in, they are available to draft even before the NFL draft. So I'm going to start up a private draft right now. I'll drop a link for you guys. If you're not on Underdog, you'll have a couple minutes to sign up. Let me grab a link for you. And again, promo code Brett when you sign up will give you that deposit match if you want to play. There we go. NFL 2023 season. I'm just going to do the $3 draft. I'm not going to do an expensive one. I'm not going to take your guys' money like that. Just $3 is fine with me. So again, if you're depositing like $10, like we can, or not even. Yeah, I'm not going to do like a $25 draft with you guys. That seems a little early for those. Best Ball Mania doesn't launch till next week. That's like $15 million in prizes, by the way. So we'll do the $25 drafts later when you guys feel like doing Best Ball Mania drafts. But for now, we'll just do the $3 baby draft since the draft hasn't even happened yet. And once we get that filled, we'll do some best ball. And if we can't fill it here, I'll tweet it out the link. They'll fill in the rest. But welcome in, Curtis. Welcome in. Again, that is promo code Brett. It'll deposit your. I just want to make sure anybody who's signing up right now gets the benefit of that. Let me find my rankings here. This is actually filling up pretty fast. Let's go. What do you guys think about Bijan to 10? I'm actually very curious if I seemed out of line. For like I don't think it's that crazy, but please indulge me with your hot takes about Bijan and where you think he's going to go. As I do business things and my actual job. Copy that. Copy that. I'm the best, worst businessman you guys have ever seen. this up on screen. It's also a link in the description too. All right, we're filled. Almost filled. 2 more. 2 more spots ready. Now that we're down to 660 people, I want to share something with those who are remaining. So when I did my, and people that are watching the VOD later will probably find this and be like, wow, that's fucking random. When I did my first deal with Underdog about 1.5 years ago, no, 2 years ago, I did the normal, creator deal where I worked on a yearly contract. So it was like a flat fee for a year. And it was a normal deal. And I happened to play Underdog myself anyway, before I even did the deal. So I was super jazzed to work with them and everything like that. And it went really well. And we hit our conversion numbers that they wanted and everything like that. And then they came back for an extension last summer. And they're like, we want to negotiate a 2-year extension now because we want to maintain exclusivity for 2 years, which in the internet, 2 years is a long time. And I did something that I had never done before, which is I turned down cash, a lot of cash. And I took the entire deal in equity. And so when I say I'm a Underdog partner, what I really mean is I'm an Underdog investor. And it has gone extremely well. And the reason why I did the deal in that structure was because I believe in the company. And I had such a good time in the first year. And I saw how they run things. And I saw how well run it is. And how incredible the core of people that are at that company are at their job. I knew that this company was going to blow everybody out of the water. And they are. They're amazing. And so I was like, I don't want to do cash. I took a huge short-term hit in terms of money. And I was like, I don't want to do cash because I know where this company is going to be in 3 years. And I was right. They've already well exceeded my expectations. But a big reason why I moved out of the house and to this apartment is because we're selling the house to pay the tax bill on that deal. So, surprise. That's why that happened. We had to move a lot of stuff around and make a lot of life changes, but my belief in this company, my belief in that deal was so great that I was willing to sell my house to pay a tax bill. Well, let me give you some extra context. There's a form, I think it's called like an 83B, right? I think it's 83B. And if you file that form within, if I recall, it was like the first 30 days after you take possession of the shares, you can pay all of the income tax on those shares up front. And then when you cash out later, you're not paying the income tax on it. So you're paying the income tax on the value of the shares that you're getting now, not the value of the shares that when this company is worth $10 billion, which I fully believe it will be. You're not paying the taxes on it then. So the option was sell the house and pay the tax bill and go live in this apartment, knowing that it will save a lot on the back end. So again, for all the people that are left, and we lost about 500 people after the end of the mock draft, I'm okay with that because I feel a lot more comfortable telling a smaller group of people that information. But I wanted to be transparent with you guys because I fully believe in honesty and letting you guys know what's going on in my life and letting you guys know like what's happening and why I'm doing certain things. and why I am partnered with Underdog as heavily as I am, because I would not do that for just any company. I'm only doing that for this one because I've seen up close how it's run, and they're a fucking rocket ship, guys. They're a rocket ship. So my goal is to, in 3 years, if that cashes out the way I think it's going to cash out, I'll never have to take another sponsor again. And I can just make just cool football videos and not care. Not care. That's my goal. That's truly my goal. And hopefully we get there. Now, in the meantime, I gotta figure out a way to make a lot of money to pay off this tax bill. But that's October Brett's problem. I gotta figure out how to. Okay, full disclosure, guys. I have to come up with $280,000 by October. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna figure it out, but it scares me. It scares me. I'm gonna figure it out. I always do. Saying that out loud is really scary. I don't know. I'll get it. I'll do it. I'll figure it out. This is why I have the Bushmills. Oh. You ever do something really smart that was also really stupid at the same time? That was that. Everyone buy ButcherBox. Yes, please. All of my sponsors, whoever they are, you don't even need to give me direct money, but if you enjoy ButcherBox, please just use my promo code so they come back, because I have taxes to pay. Oh, God. Here's $5 less on that bill. I love you, Tom. Thank you so much, man. Oh, man. Like, drink absinthe on stream. You people are relentless. I would rather the IRS take me to jail than have to drink more absinthe on stream. Hooray for California taxes. Oh my God. If only you guys knew. It's 48. Like if I do I just did an S corp. I just did an S corp like 2 months ago. I should have done it before. I know if there's any CPAs in here, they're going to yell at me for not doing an S corp earlier. But when I wasn't doing an S corp and I was just a sole proprietor, which I guess was leading up into this current tax bill, 48%, I think, total between state, federal, and Social Security. So 48% of every dollar I made went to Uncle Sam. So yeah, it's a lot here. It's a lot. And I understand why people move to Nevada. It's a fucking lot. I joined late and saw the CPU took Keon White and screamed. Ever since I saw you got invited to the draft, I've been scared of that. You know it's coming, dude. You know it's coming. Keon White is such a Kansas City Chief. He is such a Kansas City Chief. All right. Still waiting for one to fill this lobby. Again, using the link in the description, you'll get a deposit match on whatever you deposit up to $100, even if it's $10 or anything you deposit up to $100, they'll match the deposit. And this is only a $3 league. We're not doing any 25s today. I just wanted to, although this does count, by the way, for 2023 best ball, this does count. But I wanted to do a league with you guys to at least feel out where you're drafting these rookies before the draft even happens, because that fascinates me. Before we even know their destination, you can draft them. I have to imagine Bijan's ADP before and after Philly takes him will be wildly different. Future Texans owner Brett Coleman, not even close. Not even close. Not even remotely close. Need another Tevin Jenkins. Yeah, but without the Jaws theme song taking away my money. I'd look at it for free. I'm a CPA. I would be scared of you looking at my financial information because you would yell at me for how inefficient I have been. I am a horrible, horrible business person. Like in terms of making decisions that seem logical to every CPA on earth, and then here's just me, collecting my expenses and doing like cost benefit analysis on like a fucking Word document, like because I don't know how to use Quicken and Excel scares me. So I'm literally like line by line typing out all my expenses and all my payments and every like sponsorship that sends me money. I keep it on like a Word document. When my CPA first saw that, she about had a fucking aneurysm. She's like, how are you successful? How are you not in prison? And I was like, hey man, I pay a lot of taxes and I trust the government to give me back what they think I paid over. And so far, that's worked. I'm not in jail. But me no math good, and CPAs hate me for that reason. Michael Ash for $20. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for being such a great creator. Good luck with the taxes. Yeah. It's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing. Man, you should see me in October. I'm gonna be just a ball of stress. Ball of stress. But we'll get through it. We'll get through it. Maybe. Here's $10 less on the tax bill. Thank you, Austin. Brett, would you be able to give some quick hit thoughts on Penn State prospects, Joey, Juice, etc.? So Joey Porter Jr., phenomenal press corner, super aggressive at the line of scrimmage. What quarterback was I talking to? Oh, it was Aiden O'Connell from Purdue, and he was talking, about playing against Joey Porter and just how suffocating he can be to just one side of the field because he's so long. He's got tackle length at corner, and so receivers just can't get off the jam. And oh, by the way, he's fast and fluid and all that kind of stuff too. So he's an outrageous press corner prospect. Not as good in off. I don't think his feet are super well drilled there when he's like 7x1 off coverage technique. But if you're just running press or like press bail and getting him into his zone, he's awesome. Parker Washington reminds me a lot of who was the comp I had for them? Sterling Shepard. Parker Washington reminds me a lot of Sterling Shepard when he was coming out of OU. Really solid slot receiver, vice grips for hands, super tough over the middle, way better yak threat than I think people give him credit for, because he's not a crazy tester, but in terms of vision and cutting ability and start stop ability, he's really hard to tackle in space. Very solid receiver. Could go starting in like round 3. Juice Scruggs, he's made a couple appearances on the mock drafts today. Really, really intriguing, both center and guard prospect that I think fits an outside zone scheme really well. I think he's probably better at center than at guard, but I think he can play guard in a outside zone centric system that doesn't run as much inside zone, that requires really knocking guys off the ball. I don't think like knockback is his thing. It's more so about using quickness and agility to seal guys out for like the edge run game. But so he's probably better as a center because of that, but I think he can do it as a guard in those type of systems. I'm trying to remember who else Penn State has coming out this year. They had a safety too, who I remember having like a late day 3 grade on, who's like who was it? I remember watching him on tape. There was a play where this Penn State safety, he was lined up at edge and he literally split a tackle and a guard. Like it was like 2 bodies, one per shoulder, and he split both of them and got a TFL on the goal line. He plays like a linebacker. He's not explosive or fluid enough to survive in coverage, but he's like this little just ball of butcher knives of a safety that to me is like prime dime linebacker profile. He's just small, but fuck, he's tough. Yes, Jair Brown. That's who it was. I couldn't remember the name, but I remember watching him. I was like, whoa, he's physical. He's awesome. Here, let me tweet out the link to get one more to fill this draft, and then we'll get that going. Ooh, definitely almost just spilled my whiskey. Tapping with one hand, very difficult. All right, so that'll get one in pretty quick here. Is Brett going to have to sell EJ to pay his taxes? Brett's going to have to sell a lot of things to pay his taxes, including his house. But it's okay. It's worth it in the end. There we go. See? Twitter filled it instantly. Let's go. Counterpoint, don't pay your taxes. My lawyer has advised me to say this is a joke. I bet you the IRS has just got me in their sights. Almost guarantee it. All right. So this draft starts up in 30 seconds. Now, typically in best ball, you don't really want to go running back early. It's very much a format where receiver, tight end, quarterback, receiver. Like you really want as many receivers as you can get pretty early, unless a value at running back is like nuts. Or if it's a running back that catches a lot of passes, like say Bijan. But most of the time, like I think it was proven that 0 RB as a strategy on Underdog is like the most consistently productive at getting like a good. Here we go. So Justin Jefferson, number 1. Let's see how many receivers go before they get to me. I'm actually kind of worried about that. Probably shouldn't have said that before my pick, but it's okay. Can't wait to take Hainer at 14. That would be so Patriots. So Patriots. 0 RB strat is goated. At least in best ball it is. So we got Jefferson, Chase. Although it's like 0 RB with a caveat. Like quarterbacks also go super early too. So quarterback and receiver, I would say equally go pretty early. There's always that one Travis Kelce guy. Always that one. And you know what? I guess until it's proven wrong, we're going to keep seeing it because people have been doing that for like 6 years at this point. And it's never been wrong. All right, Tyreek off the board. Let's see, next receiver. AJ Brown off the board. Well, I'm just going to go Patrick Mahomes because receiver got thinned out obviously quick. And Mahomes is Mahomes, so I'm going to go with him and just nip that in the bud, get the best quarterback. Because I still think I can get receiver on the back end of round 2 and round 3. But I don't think I'm getting Mahomes. There goes Diggs. I'm actually curious to see if Cooper Kupp slides much at all. Because the Rams might be a little bit of a dumpster fire this year. There's Josh Allen. Draft Bijan since you gave him to the Eagles so fucking high. Go DJ Moore. Hey, man. Don't blow up my spot. You know I want DJ Moore. Empires were built on the 0 RB strat. Everyone cool till Kelsey drops 100 more season points than TE2. Yeah, and that's why it always works. It's like he's going to be 35 and still outscoring the next closest tight end by triple digits. A lot of quarterbacks went off the board. See, so I feel good about getting ahead of that run because a lot of them just went. Can you pull up the draft board but not your pick? Actually, yeah, that's a good idea. There we go. And then we'll do that. We get it sized right. Does that work right there? Yeah. So we've got 5 receivers and what is that? 7 quarterbacks off the board. Ooh, okay. Even by underdog standards, that's still very quarterback heavy. So I'm feeling decent about the state of receiver when it gets back to me. And there's no running backs. So this is like the dream underdog snake. Just no running backs anywhere ever. Nobody gives a shit. Running backs don't exist. We do not acknowledge their kind here. Kelsey makes me nervous talking about all his surgeries on New Heights. I did not hear that. Please elaborate on said Travis Kelsey surgeries. I mean, I know he's been injured a lot. He had microfracture as a rookie that somehow he's like the only guy to ever have microfracture and be fine. But I don't know what other surgeries he's had. So we got Devontae, we got Garrett Wilson, which in light of the Rodgers news makes sense. There goes Cooper. So who am I going to have available to me? Let's look at receiver. CD or Amon-Ra St. Brown or Waddle. Ooh. Do I want Waddle or do I want CD? Or do I want Amon-Ra? I'm going to go Waddle. The upside with Waddle, I think, is high. If Tua stays healthy, which I know is a big if, but even if Tua doesn't stay healthy, I still think the upside with Waddle is insanely high. And I'm not super sold on the Cowboys offense without Kellen there. And receivers thinner this year for them, running backs thinner this year for them. I don't know. I want to see what the Cowboys do in the draft, but I'm a little bit sketched out by the Cowboys offense right now. Not going to lie. A little bit sketched out. I think Kellen was a great coordinator for them, and not having him will be a problem. I think it will. And I think you're going to see the difference in the Chargers offense this year with Kellen compared to prior tenants in the building. All right, Amon-Ra went right after. Now we're going to really see, I think, kind of people pour it on for receiver and tight end. Brett, are you okay? What did I do? Hi, Ryan. Amon-Ra, wide receiver 1 in that offense, though. Well, I mean, Jamison Williams got suspended for 6 games, so at least the first 6 games, he's definitely going to be wide receiver 1. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. DK going in the 3rd. It's a little bit later than I expected for him. I've been saying this is the year Kelsey finally gets injured, and I've been wrong 3 years in a row. Brett, what's the absolute smallest a dynasty bench should be? Is it dynasty IDP or just like normal dynasty? I prefer big benches for dynasty personally, but because I like hoarding 5th round rookies that will never play. I'm like Kyle Shanahan. All right, here come the running backs. There's Eckler, there's Bijan. Who knows? They might be on the same team this year. We'll see. Let me see who's even available. Taylor, Saquon, K-Walk, Chubb, Brees. Running back has thinned out, but so has receiver. I feel like Mike Williams is. I know durability has always been a concern with Williams, but when he's on, and touchdowns are such a big thing in best ball. And his touchdown scoring potential is nuts. And I think the offense is going to be way better. I think the team in general is going to be better this year. So I think the upside with Mike Williams is crazy high. We just got to hope that there's not a random foot injury or a random ankle injury again this year. I know it always seems to happen, but if he could just avoid that, he's a top 10 receiver in terms of scoring. 100% he's a top 10 receiver. Let's see. Can you confirm that JMO is using Underdog? I have no idea, but I'll tell you what. Actually, I don't think you can do pick'ems in Michigan. So he wasn't using Underdog. Because I think Michigan's one of the states that you can't do it in. You could do a lot of things in Michigan, but pick'ems, no. God forbid. Let me go back to the board here for you. Sorry. So Olave went, Higgins went, Cooper went, Kirk Cousins went. Not IDP, but it is super flex. Let's see. Bench spots for that. I wouldn't go lower than like 6. If it's like 12 team, I wouldn't go lower than 6. Personally. So he's had 3 surgeries. This is Kelsey, by the way. So he's had 3 surgeries on his right shoulder. I know he had at least 1 on the other. Pretty sure an ankle and a knee. And there's the KC Star article from 2018 that said he'd already had 8. 5 years ago, he'd already had 8. How is he still moving? Toradol is a hell of a drug. How is Travis Kelce functional at all? Holy shit. That almost makes his accomplishments more impressive. He must have been zooted out of his mind every single game last year to be able to play through all that. Wow. I mean, if he wasn't a top 3 tight end all time for you already, that he should be. Tax evasion isn't a crime, it's an obligation. Oh, man. All right. So we had some more running backs go. I still haven't taken one. I think I might be the last holdout. No, still a couple more. So there's 5 of us who have yet to take a running back. Let's see who can go the longest without taking a running back. Let's put 0 RB to the test, shall we? Okay. Tight end still looks good. Ooh. Okay, there's some receivers I still really like here. It feels like DJ Moore time, yeah? Or will there... yeah, okay. I'll probably get a tight end on the back end there. All right. So DJ Moore it is. Boom. Lock it in. Who has 4 quarterbacks? What the fuck? I thought they were going off the board pretty quick. I guess when one dude takes 4 of them. Oh, that's funny. Nobody else is allowed to have any quarterbacks. Next draft, you can only take running back. Well, there goes Mark Andrews, which is fine. Until I know what's going on with Lamar, I'm kind of staying away from all the Ravens till I know what's going on with Lamar. Ooh, Drake London, kind of a sneaky 4th rounder because I think he's going to get the most targets in that offense by a significant amount, by a ton. And there goes Hopkins. If Hopkins gets traded to KC, which I still think is on the table, by the way, I still think that's a possibility, but I think it would be a draft day trade. He would far exceed the 4th round value if he gets traded to KC. So that's a good investment there. I actually like that team a lot. Jamar, Debo, Tua, Hopkins back to back to back. That's a good one. Ooh, there goes Bryce Young. So we're getting more rookies involved here. Just woke up and catched up with all the stuff after the mock draft. Hope future Brett can figure everything out. Me too. Me too, Consti. Welcome to the stream. I know you probably, what is it, 5 a.m. there? In Germany, right? Something like that? Wakey, eggs and bakey? Is Patterson listed at wide receiver or running back? I think he's listed at running back. But I'll double check on that. JSN off the board. Christian Kirk off the board. Nick Chubb off the board. Calvin Ridley. Fuck. I wanted Calvin Ridley. God damn it. Okay. I feel like now is the time for tight end. Do I want... Well, considering how much Brock Purdy loves George Kittle, we're going with George Kittle. I also, by the way, speaking of Brock Purdy and the 49ers quarterback situation in general, I'm not 100% sure that Trey Lance gets traded. I'm still not 100% sure because this is a franchise that has dealt with so many quarterback injuries. So many. That, even Brock Purdy, as well as he played, he still got injured. So I think that they just fully expect to need a backup quarterback at some point this year because they always need a backup quarterback. And I think if they're not getting appropriate value for Trey Lance from trade offers to where they can go get another talented backup quarterback that they're going to need anyway, I'm not convinced they trade him. I'm really not. And I still think that they would use him, even if Purdy's the starter. I still think they would use him in packages that feature him in the run game, especially in the red zone. And if Purdy gets hurt again, I think they would love to have Trey Lance going into year 3, right? Year 3, who knows the offense. So I'm still not sold that he's gone. I think it would take a lot to pry him out of there, probably more than teams are willing to pay. I'm sure that the Vikings made calls or the Titans made calls, but if I was the Niners, I would ask for a lot because they paid a lot and they still probably are going to need him. So I don't know. I don't think he goes. Oh, I should probably put up the board for you. Hey, he finally went running back. He's going the 0 wide receiver strat. So in the meantime, Josh Jacobs went, Tyler Lockett went. Ooh, Christian Watson, sneaky. I like that a lot. Dallas Goedert, Breece Hall, Terry, Godwin. So there's 3 of us now. No, 4 of us now that still don't have a running back. No, 5. 5 of us that don't have a running back. Vikings talks came and went at the combine, not happening anymore. Are you talking just with the Niners or in general for trading up? Because I still think they're having talks about trading up, just maybe not with the Niners. Because I think the Niners were like, "Hey, this is going to cost you a lot for a guy who's already in his 3rd year." It's okay. They have the God Emperor quarterback in the United States. I mean, I like Darnold there. Like, if he was going to succeed anywhere, it's probably there. But do I think that Sam Darnold's presence is going to completely push Trey Lance out the door? I think it would take more assets than a lot of teams would want to give up. I'm not saying it won't happen. I just think it's less guaranteed than I think people are thinking it is. All right, so I'm on the clock. Who do we even have at running back? Ooh, Ramondre. Or do I want another quarterback? Quarterback's kind of getting a little thin here. Let's go with Derek Carr. Just give me a second quarterback, just in case. Because that's one thing is like, I think when it comes to best ball, the trap that people fall into sometimes when they take an elite quarterback is they think that, oh, well, they're just going to be putting up 30 points a game every single week, so I don't need to take anybody else. And it's like, that's not typically how it goes, especially with the Chiefs. Like, the Chiefs have these up and down swings every single season. Like, usually there's a stretch for Kansas City every year where things are kind of shaky and they're figuring it out. And obviously they always do figure it out. But when it comes to fantasy, like that, you do need to have another option that could potentially put up the 30 points you're looking for, because Pat Mahomes, as good as Pat Mahomes is, he's not going to put it up every single week. So you got to plan. And I think the trap that people fall into when they take an elite quarterback is they don't take anybody else. And it's like, no, you still got to invest in the position. It just means that your upside is higher. Jared for 5. Thank you, Jared. Give me Haener to San Francisco and they rock with 4 quarterbacks on the roster. They won't let last year happen again. Do I need to say DTR to San Francisco? Do I need to do it again? Have DTR go to every team? Oh, God. It was so disappointing last year, too. It was so disappointing. Like, they're on, QB3, QB4, and it's finally working, and I felt awful for them. Just awful. Like, they were such a juggernaut, and for it to end that way, of all ways, it sucked. So Dalvin went, Aaron Jones went. Ooh, I missed the ETN pick. I actually like that a lot. I like that ETN pick. Fuck, a lot of quarterbacks went. Wow. Okay. Glad I took one when I did. So I might be able to grab a receiver here, maybe. Oh man, Anthony Richardson was one I was looking at, just as a swing for the fences. I didn't think it was going to go that early. All right, so I'm on the clock. Let's see what we got at receiver. Judy, Pittman, Jameson. Oh, my guy. my guy. Do I want to do it? No, I can't, because then he's gonna not do well. I have to go with somebody else. Let's go with Jerry Jeudy. I can't curse Ayuk, man. I want him to do well. I want him to get a payday, and so I can't draft him. I'm not allowed to. I can't own Ayuk, or he's not going to make his millions that he deserves. It's unfortunate, but it's true. We have to be separated forever. The discipline there was incredible. I'm doing it out of his best interests. I'm trying to preserve his life. He's just a kid. And of course, Ayuk goes right after. Yeah, see, we're starting to get into the oh shit territory at quarterback. Like, I don't know if there's a whole lot left. So I'm really happy I took one when I did. Also, what could possibly screw me, and what could possibly screw many of us, is we don't know when the bye weeks are yet, right? So that could be a little funky, but it's all right. We're doing it now so we can get more advantageous ADPs on young players, because there's a whole lot of rookies that are not off the board yet that in July and June are going to be off the board 5 rounds ago. Draft Dante Moncrief. I loved Dante Moncrief when he was coming out of Ole Miss. I really did. I was a big fan of him, and he just never, I don't know, he never turned into what I expected. He never did. But I remember my first exposure to Dante Moncrief was I was watching Andre Howell, corner out of Vandy, and this was like 10 years ago. And watching them just go at it, and I thought I was watching like a battle between gods. And it ended up not being that in the NFL. But man, it was a great, great matchup in college. One dude has 4 quarterbacks and 3 RBs. Absolute menace. It's just fucking Chad behavior here, man. He went 4-4. Just super Chad. We love it. That man just walks into a club and owns the place. Ole Miss has and never will produce a good wide receiver. Not a single one. DK Metcalf, AJ Brown. What's going on here? Are you not a Jonathan Mingo fan? Do we have news on John Mechie's status and what he's doing this year? Last time I saw he was doing well. I don't know if he's been fully clear. Oh, shit, I'm on the clock. Fuck. Who's auto draft taking? Dameon Pierce, go. Ha, got him. Got him. That was close. You distracted me. But no, I haven't seen any recent updates on John Mechie, but I saw they said he was doing well in treatment like 3 months ago. Big Fish Brett Coleman says terrible Trey Lance will not be traded. Wrong. Brett hates the God for a quarterback in the United States and has no clue about good football. Plus, have heard he hasn't paid his taxes. Planning to sue. God damn it. Tax felon Brett Coleman. Oh man, that was funny. Thoughts on Drew Sanders to Dallas in round 2? So they're just going to draft every diet carbon copy of Micah Parsons. Is that the plan? It's like let's just take every hybrid edge inside linebacker and put them all in the field at the same time. And the offensive line's not going to know what the fuck to do. I'll allow it though. It would be fun. Like putting Sanders and Micah right next to each other on the edge would legitimately be fun. Because who's dropping, who's coming, like you don't know. You have no idea. So you can do some real funky stuff. I hope we get an absolute shit show of a draft. The crazier, the better. I think we will. I 100% think we will. I think whatever you think chalk is, we're not getting that. Not even close. Known felon Brett Coleman. All right, back on the clock. The upside pick for Jameson Williams to pop in the back half of the year intrigues me. Again, it's best ball, right? It's best ball. So I don't need him for the first 6 weeks. I need him to really bring it home in the back half. He can do that. Yeah, I like Jameson Williams there. That works for me. Nate says draft a linebacker. Oh, man. Oh, let me turn the board back on. So Charbonnet just went. I feel, oh, man, I got sniped on Charbonnet. I really wanted him. Bateman gone, Ingram gone, KJ gone. Ooh, KJ's sneaky. Yeah, Charbonnet, considering that there is a possibility that with Charbonnet's talent, where he gets drafted, he could be a starter. Very sneaky pick in the 9th round. Because if you're getting a starting running back in the 9th round, even in a 0 RB environment like best ball, that's a phenomenal value. That would be like the equivalent of the Dameon Pierce pick last year, right? Where it's like people were taking him 9th, 10th round, and then July got there and they was going in the 3rd. How internet breaking would it be for the Jets to draft a QB at 15? Could you imagine? Like if Will Levis falls, they just take Levis. Rich Eisen would be apoplectic. All right, Akers went off. Babe, if you're wondering if I fed them, the answer is no. And they've been yelling at me for like an hour. Sorry, my wife just got home. She was wondering if the cats got fed. Ah, man, Treylon Burks was somebody I was really fascinated by. Oh, Rashad White. I wanted him too. Wait, is he just still okay? Yep, we are 4 running backs. No, 4 quarterbacks, 6 running backs deep. He's just taking everybody else's targets. What a Chad. All right, Ritter went. Cooks is gone. I wonder if Jay Spears, shall we? I'm okay with it. Again, we're swinging for the fences here on rookies because we're getting them in the 10th round. We're not getting them in the 10th round later. Like if Tyjae Spears goes to Tyjae Spears goes to Atlanta. You think you're getting him in the 10th round? No. So I like doing these this time of year. You get some real weird, fun values. Tyler Lockett 203. Tyler Lockett and 203 for 107. What would you do? No. If I'm the Raiders, I turn that down. They don't need Tyler Lockett. They got Devontae, they got Jacoby Myers, they got Hunter Renfrow. Like they don't need Tyler Lockett. I would turn that down in a heartbeat. Now, if you're saying the 20th pick and Tyler Lockett to move up to 7, that might be more intriguing because they might want pick 20. Maybe. But I assume you're talking about the Seahawks getting 2 top 10 picks, right? Like that's the goal, is to get 5 for Seattle and 7 for Seattle, so you can double dip and get Tyree Wilson and Jalen Carter and just never allow any points. Like is that the goal? Oh, he meant dynasty. Okay, that's way different. I thought you were talking about the Raiders at 7th pick. Okay, Tyler Lockett and 203 for 107. I would take Lockett in the 203. Yeah. So in that case, yeah, I would do it. That's way different. Oh man. Because Lockett, I still think he's got plenty of gas left. I believe in Geno as a quarterback. He's going to be a consistent, even when he's older, I still think he's the type of guy that's going to get 800 yards. So if you're getting a startable player plus a top of the second round pick, where I still think you're going to get value, if you do your homework on the rookie class, you'll get value at 203 plus another starting receiver. Yeah, I'm all good with that. All right. Let's see what receivers we got here. Say Flowers. Come on. Oh, fuck. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Sky Moore. Fuck. I did not know Zay Flowers went off the board. That angers me deeply. When did he go? Oh, in the 9th. I totally missed that. Fuck. Running backs are heroes. So let's see. This goes to the 20th round. So we're over halfway there. Shooting for the moon with Chig. I happen to really like Chig. Super talented. It reminds me a lot of young Delaney Walker, and Delaney had some great years. Great years. I think Chig is underrated. And him going behind, let's see, like Michael Mayer, a rookie, I still might go with Chig. Truly. I'm a big fan of him. Is this mock draft free? No, this is a real league. This isn't even a mock draft. This is a real league. Because in Underdog, you can draft rookies right now before they're even in the NFL. So this is a $3 paid league, and whoever wins it's, getting the pot. So this is not a mock. This is live bullets. But that's why Underdog is good for quote unquote mock drafts, like when you're doing draft prep and everything like that, because the leagues are paid, it's more likely that people stay towards the end. And so you actually get a more accurate mock draft experience for like preparing for your home league, right? If you have like a big buy-in home league for like $100, you could do a few like $3 leagues on Underdog to kind of prepare and kind of get in the flow and see where certain guys are valued and everything like that. And that people are going to stick with it all the way through because there's money attached to it. It's a small amount of money, but still money. And so, if you do like mock drafts on ESPN, you might get through 2 rounds and then everybody drops out and it's all auto draft, and it's not really helpful. But these, at least for me, for getting ready for my home league, are helpful. But it's all live bullets. All right, Juju. I want to get another receiver. Pierce or Hyatt. I'm going to go Alec Pierce here. And I am trusting that the Colts are getting a quarterback I like it for. If they take Levis, I'm fucked. But I am trusting that they're going to take Richardson or Stroud. But some way, somehow. I'm trusting in that. And if they do, I think Alec Pierce is going to be a huge winner this late in the draft. Because I happen to really like him. Big body, legit 4.4 speed. Had a very nice rookie season that would have been better if their right guard position wasn't a complete turnstile and letting Matt Ryan get killed. I think Pierce would have had a much more productive rookie year, but on tape, he was good. He was a good player on tape. Ton of upside. Sniping Brett over actually drafting a good team. What potential landing spot would get the most out of Anthony Richardson? Detroit. I don't think he's getting to Detroit, but they would get the most out of him, I think. Considering the talent around there, the receivers they've got, the coaching staff they have, the offensive line they have, the defense they're building, that roster has the potential to be an absolute threshing machine. And if he's there, he's not, obviously wouldn't play because Jared Goff's there, but like 2024, 2025, whenever he took over, considering the roster they've constructed, that would be a very good situation for him. Very good situation. He'd be a great player there. There are some situations that I don't think he fits. Like he doesn't fit in Arizona. Like let's just say Kyler not in the picture. The dumpster fire of a roster in Arizona means that if Anthony Richardson goes there, his chance of failure is very high. Any rookie's chance of failure is very high there. So that's kind of imperative, is that he avoids that type of situation. Do I want another receiver? What's quarterback looking like? Man, slim pickings, Jesus. I'm betting on Elijah Moore. I'm betting on the talent. Again, we're swinging. We're swinging for the fences this late in the draft. I'm still a believer in Elijah Moore's talent. And in Cleveland, he'll get more opportunities than he did with the Jets. Have you been offered an NFL scouting job or any internal team role? Sort of. I've been told that there are roles available and that I should apply. Or that I should pursue it, I should say, not apply. Like those aren't the types of jobs you like apply on LinkedIn. It's not how that works. I've been told like, hey, there's a spot, we should go pursue that. But I know what comes with being an area scout and how much travel there is. And also like how little scouts are paid relative to what they do. Like they should be paid a lot more than they are. And I couldn't do that much travel. I couldn't leave my wife that often, especially for the amount of money they make. I was like, that's not worth it. So I am very happy living my YouTuber life, not having to leave my family that much, and being in debt to the government. I'm happy with that. Plus, if I worked for a team, I wouldn't get to like talk about my opinions and anything like that publicly. and I genuinely enjoy doing that. I don't know if I would like not being able to talk about players that I like. So let's see. My full team comp right now is I got Mahomes and Carr. I got Pearson, Ty J at running back. Could probably use another running back. Got a fuckload of receivers. I don't know if I need any more receivers. I think I'm fine at receiver. But I need everything else. Oh, man, but we're pretty thin. We are pretty thin at the other positions. That's what kind of worries me. This could be a little rough run over these last few rounds for me, guys. Not going to lie. I'm not feeling great about it. But we'll do our best. Maybe I yeet a little too much here instead of hawing. Maybe I should have gone running back a little bit earlier. All right. Have you heard anything about the Vikings trading up? You don't have to report anything, but is this consistent with what you have heard out there? Yes. And I cannot expand beyond that. But yes. Brett, without mentioning details, what team is involved in the most shocking / surprising rumor leading up to draft weekend? Cincy. And I cannot expand beyond that. Cincy. At least shocking to me, right? Probably not shocking to a bunch of other people, but shocking to me. I guess it depends on how much you like a certain player. Luke for $5. End of this month makes 6 years sub to you. Appreciate all you do. Hope this draft season treats you well and your Texans end up with Bryce. Fingers crossed. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's a foregone thing. He's going to Carolina, but boy, that would be wonderful if they somehow mess up and let Bryce go to 2. That would be great. That would be great for me personally, my mental health, but I don't think they're going to do it, unfortunately. But thank you, Luke. I appreciate you subscribing for that long. Did I auto pick Mac Jones? Whoops. Oh, well, I was probably going to take him anyway, so I'm fine with it. Holy fuck, since he is drafting Hendon Hooker. No, they are not. That much I can say for sure. No, they are not. If you're Seattle, how would you rank Carter, Wilson, and Richardson as targets? Carter, Wilson, Anthony Richardson? Richardson, Wilson, Carter, in that order. Jared for $5. I need Lamar and AR in Detroit and Minnesota in any order. I don't care. I just want Green Bay to have to deal with Fields, Lamar, and AR for 6 games a year. Oh, that would be hell. Could you imagine being a linebacker in that division, chasing after AR, Fields, and Lamar for half your season? It's horrible. It's hell. I wouldn't want anything to do with it. I blocked for Chase Brown in high school. I played with his twin, Sydney. Do you think either Brown brother could get picked in the top 100? At minimum, Sydney is. Chase might. He's a running back, so it's tougher to project. I think they're both top 100 talents. Sydney is like a top 100 lock. Chase just depends on where the running backs are going off the board. But very good shot that Sydney is, at least. Let's see. Speaking of, let's just do tight end. Is Jelani there? Yes, he is. Jelani Woods somehow is like tight end a billion in the ADP, even though he's one of the more talented tight ends in the entire league. Big Jelani Woods fan over here. You're working for the Chargers. How does Herbie make it to the Super Bowl? S plus QB. I mean, they make it to the Super Bowl by being healthy. That's the main thing. Like, they would have beat Jacksonville last year if Michael Davis didn't get hurt. Let's see. Slater would have played if they made it to the championship game. Slater would have played. They came out and said that he was doing really well in his bicep recovery, and Bosa missed a big chunk of the year. Mac missed a big chunk of the year. Keenan was hurt. Mike was hurt. Herbie was playing with broken ribs. Like, they were banged up. If that team was healthy, they're a Super Bowl caliber team. I truly believe that. The problem is staying healthy. But like, in terms of talent level, Chargers are up there with anybody. And I think even people, fans of division rivals would agree with that, right? A fully operational battle station for them is scary stuff. It's just we rarely get to see it. I think the fact that Cincy is trading up is a surprise. I don't remember the last time they made a big... Oh, I didn't say anything about a trade up. You just said what would shock me. I didn't say anything about a trade up. You'll see. You'll see. Let's see, Terrace Marshall. That's assuming it's young there. Marshall maybe being a number one caliber guy outside. I'm curious to see what happens between him and Chark in terms of who becomes like the guy outside there. I think Marshall has the talent for it, but Chark's no slouch. T. Higgins probably getting moved. No, from what I heard, he's getting a deal. I don't know for how much, but he's getting a deal. They're well progressing on that. Do I want another running back? My Abana Kanda don't want none unless you got... Fuck, he's gone. Shit. All right, Mostert it is. Man, when did you guys take all these rookies? I didn't even see that. Since he drafts a good O-lineman. Shocking. Since he trading for Lamar. Yeah, and they're converting Burrow to running back. Brett, do you think Herbie's getting a deal before the season, or will the Bolts use the fifth-year option and do a deal later? I have no idea. If his agent's smart, and if, and we know the team is smart too, they'll try to basically just copy and paste the Hurts deal. I think that's in the best interest for everybody because there's no trade clause, right? So Herbert's camp will get some control. But also it's not superimposing on the cap for the team. It's easier on the owner in terms of paying it. There is flexibility to still keep, like, just take the Hurts deal, give it to Herbert. And if the agent's smart, he would just go to the Chargers and be like, can we just do that? And just be happy. Everybody be happy. Like, that's what I think they should do. Because it's a great deal for all sides. Like, it's a legitimately good deal. And at some point, like when you're getting $200 million, like, does it matter if you're getting 225, versus 200? Like, you're going to be generationally wealthy anyway. So it's like, do you want to win? If you want to win, you have a flexible deal that allows the front office to pay talent, or else you can be the richest guy and, be the king of shit mountain. But that's why Hurts did that deal. He wants to win. Rashid Shaheed went. John Mechie went. Yeah, we are definitely in the last 4 rounds of a best ball league. That's the names going off the board right now. Any thoughts on the deals Chris Lindstrom and Caleb McGarry got? Both deserve the money they got. They're both elite run blockers. Lindstrom played like the best guard in football, period, last year. He absolutely deserved the money he got. I understood why they paid McGarry, too, considering they're a run-heavy system. They're a really imposing pair. And I think if you're going to spend money anywhere on that team, like, they deserved it, right? Like, they didn't have the best roster, but you at least want to retain the talent you do have, and that's them. All right, let's see what other running backs we can get here. Speaking of Chase Brown, yeah, let's go Chase Brown here. Again, super athletic, catches the ball, does a little bit of everything. All depends on where he ends up, but if we're just taking a flyer on a talented back late in the draft, it's best ball. Who cares, right? Will the Raiders regret moving on from Carr? I think they already did. I think they already did, as evidenced by how hard they tried to fix the situation. And he still said no. Trade me or cut me, whatever it was. Like, he was not going back to them, and they were trying to get him to go back to them because they realized they kind of stepped in a hole there. So I think they already regret moving on from Carr. They already do. And they pivoted and they did what they could to still have a starting option, but like, they'd probably rather have Carr right now. But Carr didn't want to be there. Devontae must be regretting that Vegas move so bad. I don't know. He got paid a lot of money and he lives in a tax-free state. Maybe not regretting it as much as you think. Also, Rodgers is gone from Green Bay. And they didn't, so it's like, even if you stayed in Green Bay, like, would Rodgers still be there? I don't know. Feels like both of them lost. Ben for $5. Thank you, Ben. How are we feeling about the Texans at 2? I think most of the stuff is smoke so far, but I'm still nervous they overthink it and draft Will Levis. Nah, I maintain from start to finish, it's either drafting Will Anderson or trading out. That's still how I see it. I do not think, I think they like Will Levis. I don't think they like him enough to take him at 2. And every person who's plugged into the Texans has said so on Twitter. Like, that's not going to happen. Brett, any chance you can show off the Patron draft guide? Yeah. After this mock, I'll pull it up and I'll show people, and I'll post the link again in the chat. In fact, I have it right there. Copy link. Yeah. Let me add that. Oh, shit. I removed that. Whoops. Hold on. There we go. Brett, as a sleeper Falcons fan, please tell me they break the curse and take the best offensive weapon just to neglect him for his rookie contract. I mean, I think they take the best. Well, if they took Bijan, they wouldn't neglect him because they're going to run the ball, right? He's going to get carries. If they took like JSN, yeah, they'd probably neglect JSN. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're going to take defensive player because they very clearly want to make the defense as good as humanly possible. Whether that's pass rusher, whether it's another corner, like they made it very clear they're tired of giving up 30 points. Hendon Hooker went. Darius Slayton went. Ooh, sneaky Jonathan Mingo pick. I like that. Also, now he's moved on from from running. He took one receiver. He's moved on from that to tight ends. I think it's gonna like force him to take a receiver at some point. Oh, did I auto draft again? Shit. Whoops. Oh well. I mean, Devin Singletary. When I already have Dameon Pierce, it just means that no matter what, I'm getting Texans backfield points, right? So, joke's on you. I probably still wouldn't have done that anyway, but I don't hate it. Brett, will the Bears have the worst special teams in the league without re-signing DeAndre Houston Carson? Probably. I don't know. I mean, maybe they'll probably not. I mean, I would rather have him, but fingers crossed. Aside from JSN, dream player to slip to 20 for the Seahawks, Zay Flowers, the other good receiver. I would also say Joey Porter Jr., just putting him across from Woolen and not allowing anybody to throw the football ever. That'd be good. Okay. Who just went? Somebody auto draft? Oh, Kyle Trask. Oh, no. Oh, poor guy. Brett, got any kicker scouting reports for those of us who play in 3 kicker fantasy leagues? Jake Moody. Take Jake Moody. That's all you need. Just take Moody. Don't worry about anybody else in this class. Just Moody. Ooh, Tyquan Thornton. That's sneaky. I like that. All right. Who you got, Simmons? Who you got? Oh, no, it's running man. That's who it is. Simmons took Reed. Jaden Reed was another one I was considering. All right, Tyler Huntley. Now, it was mentioned in chat. Chandler. And I didn't want to hover over him because I didn't want to get sniped. But yes, Ty Chandler is mine. I had him in my back pocket for a couple rounds, but I don't trust you guys to not screw me. So I can't talk about it. If I didn't auto draft Devin Singletary, I would have taken Ty Chandler last round. Brett, how did you start to learn to evaluate film? I played D-line, and I'd love to get into breaking down film more than he passes the eye test. I mean, a lot of it early on was, I worked at NFL Network, so I had kind of a tremendous advantage there where if I didn't understand something, I could go up to Deion Sanders and ask him a question about how to play press coverage. I could go to Michael Irvin and ask him a question about how to break press coverage. I could go to Kurt Warner and ask him how he would, read out a concept based on where the safeties were. Like if I didn't know something, I could just go to those guys and ask them, and they were very gracious with their time. And I was like a 20-year-old intern; they didn't have to be, but they were. But that was a tremendous resource, and it taught me to think logically about the game, right? But the physical nature of the game. And I don't mean like physical in the sense of, blowing somebody up. I'm talking about how the human body moves, how players think on the field, how much reaction time matters, how much balance matters, how much body control matters, and the physical nature of the game from that sense. In that, when you're playing Madden or you're watching it on the All 22, it's so easy to just think of it a whole bunch of different robots, right? Running around doing their job, doing their tasks, but like it's people. It's a game between people. And people make mental errors. People make educated guesses and they're right. And sometimes like this play of like, oh, it's such a great instinctual play. It's like they fucking guessed and they were right. And that happens. Sometimes shit happens by accident. Like you go to the last minute interception that DTR threw against USC. And we thought, oh man, it was a great creative look. They dropped the edge out into the hook zone. And he picked him off. DTR never saw it. No, that was accident. The edge did the wrong assignment. And I got this from a buddy of mine at USC. The edge played the wrong assignment and he got lucky. And it happens. And like, so football is a game between people and people are not flawless. And understanding that really helped when I was breaking down film of going into the mind of a particular player when I'm watching a rep. And sometimes I have to watch a rep like 20 to 30 times. And I look at their eyes. I'm like, what are they looking at here? Like, if I was that person, what would I see? What would I be thinking? What would my instincts tell me? What would potential pitfalls or mistakes that I would make? How can I understand the human element of what they're doing on the field? And getting that extra context. One second. One more pick. Let's see what we got for tight end. I like Daniel Bellinger here. Yeah, let's go with Daniel Bellinger here. But getting that extra context, or rather searching for that extra context to understand what a player is seeing and reading and feeling, to understand why they are doing what they're doing on the field. Why are they stepping that way? Why are they shooting their hand that way? Why are they jumping on a route that maybe they shouldn't have? And all in the pursuit of context to film. That's what I learned from those pros, is that not a single play in any game happens the way it's drawn up. Never. And so you have to understand the human element of the game to understand why plays don't happen the way they're drawn up. And I think that context helps me when I study film. Hopefully that made sense, right? But when you talk to an NFL player, let alone a Hall of Fame caliber NFL player, about the game and playing the game, you realize like it's a lot more schoolyard than you think. Like obviously there's complexities and nuances and terminologies and reading things on the field, but sometimes it's, hey, why'd you cut there instead of cutting there? And it's like, I don't know. I felt like I should. Like, that's the answer. It's just, no, yeah, it worked. It's humans doing human things. All right. I feel pretty good about this draft. Mahomes, Carr, and Mac Jones is my quarterback trio. Pierce, Tyjae Spears, Mostert, Chase Brown, Singletary, Chandler. Again, we just need one or two of them to pop per week. Doesn't matter where, doesn't matter how, just one or two to pop per week. Wide receiver, loaded. Waddle, Mike Williams, DJ Moore, Jerry Jeudy, Jameson Williams, Sky Moore, Alec Pierce, Elijah Moore. We just got all the Moores. Could probably draft Mandy at this point. And then tight end, George Kittle, Jelani Woods, Daniel Bellinger. I feel good about this. In the best ball format, I feel good about this. Now, view full draft. Last pick was if that was weird. Camera everything I don't know. StreamYard's weird. So yeah, that was a great draft. We did 5 mock drafts today, 5 rebuilds. We got a bunch of super chats in. We got a mock draft in. We got a lot in, folks. We are 4 hours and 10 minutes into this thing. I have yet to eat dinner. And I am absolutely delirious at this point. So I'm going to go eat. And I'm getting on a flight to Kansas City tomorrow. Oh, wait, no. Patron draft guide. I got to do that. Hold on. So this was the draft guide put together by my patrons over on the Patron Discord, which again, if you're in the $5 tier on Patreon, you get access to the special area of the Discord for patrons only. And they would sit in there every single day and watch film. And they have the greatest film repository anybody has ever seen. And they would sit there and they would grind film and grind. And they were writing reports and putting together this guide. And it's one of the most detailed draft guides I've ever seen. And I would put it up against any media draft guide, any of them. It's better than mine. And I do this for a living and it's better. So please look at this. I'm going to post a link in chat. Use this as a cheat sheet. If you're not using my own, use this because it's amazing. They did phenomenal work. Again, throwing that in chat. And honestly, if you're a media member and you're watching this right now, look at all these names and write them down because are these folks, man. Like it's just so detailed. I mean, look at this. Each one has a page and there's hundreds of pages just like this. It's unbelievable. I could scroll all the way down and 364 pages. It's a dictionary. Measurements, traits, write-ups, notes, bios for everybody. Fucking PJ Mustafer has his own page in this thing, okay? Like, it's insane. They have done phenomenal work. And, if I had the ability to, I would just bring them all on to turn my draft guide into this because it's just the format of it, the cleanliness of it. It's just so much better than mine. Like mine is just an Excel document with position rankings so that I can clarify my notes when I'm talking about it during the draft live on the stream. Theirs is like an actual publication. It's nuts. They really, really outdid themselves. So again, go there at that link I posted. If you go to the link in the description as well, so you can join the Discord server, whether you're in the patron section or not, or if you want to join the patron section, obviously that's linked on the Patreon too. And keep grinding film with this, guys. It's just unbelievable. I really have no words. I really don't. But again, if you guys are still here, 386, that's nuts. Rambling for 4 hours and 15 minutes. If you guys are still here, thank you very much. I'm going to go eat because I am absolutely delirious. And then I'm going to go start packing because I fly to KC tomorrow. And then we got the meet and greet on Wednesday night. So if you're coming to that, please let me know. Again, KC Beer Co. 7 to 9 p.m. local time in KC Wednesday night. If you're in the area, please come by. And I will see you guys in a couple days. Later.